call our commission meeting to order for November 2nd, 2022. Our first item of business will be the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll ask our clerk if she'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we have a couple of clarifications on the agenda. On our 1045 item with Mitch Poulsen, he would also like to discuss the rural community grant, and we will reschedule our public hearing for the control of noxious weeds. We will schedule that for our December meeting, or it may be our January meeting, depending on if our attorney wants to make the trip in December. So we will reschedule that to a future meeting. With that, was there any more changes?
That's all.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve our agenda with those changes and additions for November 2nd agenda.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously, and we will set our agenda. Our first item of business is our insurance renewal with Mr. Dan Hoffman. Come on up, Dan.
Well, good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Give you a pen to take notes with and stuff. So, start out here with the Select Health renewal. Got a set of paperwork for Becky, everything in it. Insurance companies continue to change the plans and crosswalk from one plan to another. We're calculating this year's renewal with 24 employees, 6 singles, 4 employee and spouse, 2 employee and dependent, and 12 families. Select Health, your medical insurance carrier, has eliminated the plan that Rich County has been on for a number of years. They are crosswalking you to a lower deductible plan, which concerned me because that means larger increase. But I'm happy to tell you that the rate increase is going to be 1.3%, which is, in my opinion, a great renewal. The other 4 renewals that I have are 2 are in the teens, 1 is 8, and the other is 5. And yours is 1.37. So with that, I'll give each one of you that piece of paper. If you turn it over to the back side, it shows that your 2022 plan is a $1,500 deductible, 3,500 family. You can see in 23 that is going down to 1,000, 2,500. The copay for a primary care physician is currently $25. That'll go down to $20. $40 for a specialist will stay the same. The out-of-pocket maximum is going from $73.50 to $89.50, but that's on all gold plans. So there's not really an option or a choice there. That's just part of the Affordable Care Act, and that goes up each year. Prescription benefit will continue to be a 0 deductible, and the coinsurance is the big thing, that it's going from an 80-20 plan to a 75-25 plan. But I have an option for an 80-20 plan that is a little bit less of an increase. This next piece of paper is just another piece of paper that kind of goes through the same information from the insurance company. This third piece is the one that I want, she's already got one.
Oh,
Yep, sorry. This next page kind of gives you the, and I'm on this page here, Becky. You can see the current plan is listed on the right up there at the top with the crosswalk plan for 23 at a 1.37% increase. It's a $500 better in deductible for an individual, $1,000 better for a family. As I said, the primary care physician copay is $5 better. The coinsurance is worse at $75.25, but you can see for the optional plan down below, that is only a 0.6% rate increase. The deductible goes higher, so it goes from $1,500 to $2,000, so it's $500 worse for a individual and $500 worse for a family. The office copays go down to $15 and $35, so that's $10 less on the primary and $5 better on the specialist, but it does keep the 80/20 coinsurance. But I guess the point I want to make there is if anybody goes in the hospital and they're meeting their out-of-pocket, it's the same number, whether you're paying $75.25 or $80.20. Okay?
because of the deductible.
Because of the percentage that they pay.
Oh,
Just the percentage, they're either paying 25% or 20%, but if they get to that 89, what's the number, 89.50, then that's what they would be paying 25% of instead of 20%. So I've calculated my normal renewal pages here. Probably just want to turn that page over because that shows us on the back how much that 1.3% rate increase actually equates to. You can see it's a monthly difference of $517, $6,200 a year, which Rich County pays $5,500, well, about $5,600 of, and the employees pay $621 per year. So if we take the second page, which is option 2, at the 6.6% rate increase, you can see that changes that rate increase from $6,200 a year down to $2,700 a year. And the county's increase is $2,400 a year versus $5,600 a year. And then the employees' annual difference is $272 versus $621. Obviously, my recommendation would be option 1 because that's the closest to the current benefits. But if the commissioner said we want to retain the 80/20 benefit, then of course, option 2 is a less increase and the 2 copays are less. So. But that's why I did this page here, because that kind of gives you the current benefits versus option 1 versus option 2.
So these are the 1 and 2,
Yes,
and then these are much higher plans.
yes.
Okay.
Yes, that page gives you all the options that are available with Select Health.
That doesn't go up very much per step.
Doesn't. And any of those options are available, right? I was a little concerned about the dental insurance renewal, adding orthodontics last year. I thought we might see a large increase this year. We're only seeing a 3.7% increase, which 3.7, as you can see for the entire group, works out to be an annual difference of, in the yellow there, a little bit below the middle of the page, $1,383. Rich County pays 90% of that, so that'd be $1,244. The employees would be $138 a year, about 48 cents a check. So I think those are really good news on both the medical and dental percentage of increase on the renewals. Those are both 12-month rate increases. Don't want to jump ahead too fast, but this is the final page, which adds all the numbers together. On the front, I've got option 1, and this is medical, dental, and vision, which vision has offered a renewal of 24 months at a 0% increase, and the life insurance is also a 24-month rate increase, or 24-month guarantee with a 0%. So vision and life insurance are both zeros. But when you add the dental and the medical increases together, you can see the yellow numbers, middle of the page. The annual difference is $7,500 for option 1. County pays 90%, which is $6,700. Employees pay $753 annually, which is about $2.62 averaged for the employee. If you turn that page over, you can see how much the 0.6% increase lowers that. Basically goes from $7,500 down to about $4,000. So about $3,500 less of an increase on option 2. And then I didn't do any options on the dental because it was such a minimal increase. And I've given the renewal page for the dental, the vision, and the life insurance to Becky for her file. I knew you guys get enough paper, so I thought, well, the less paper I give you, the better.
And why are you recommending option 1?
Because of that's the crosswalk plan.
Okay.
And that's what the insurance company recommends. It is 75-25. I mean, for less money, you can go to lower copays on office visits and 80-20 coinsurance, but you know, because we always have the discussion of deductibles. Once you raise it, you never go back.
Right.
So that's kind of my reasoning behind sticking with the crosswalk plan. Is it's better to go to a lower deductible than it is to go to a higher. But then you can also argue that and say, well, but the out-of-pocket maximum, which the deductible is included in, is the same, $8,950.
Right.
So there's arguments both. You know, there's pros and cons to both. Yeah, option 2 is 80-20, lower copays, but it's just a higher deductible. And with that, you get a 0.6% increase instead of a 1.37. So, again, pros and cons both ways.
Okay. So with the dental and the medical, what's our overall percentage of increase? Have you?
It'd be the 1.37 and 37. So the overall increase from what you're paying, I guess we would take this number divided by that number, and that would give us a
percentage.
A percentage.
So medical, well, dental went up how much?
3.7,
3.7. Okay.
and medical is either 1.3 or 0.6.
Okay.
And that's also reflected on this page.
Yeah.
So the young ones that don't go a lot would probably want option 2, and the old ones that go a lot would want option 1.
Yeah, That really is what it boils down to, is how do you use the plan? Do you use primary and secondary care doctors and you don't have hospitalizations where you get hit with the deductible and the coinsurance? Then option 2 is the better option for that individual. But if you say, no, I have a surgery planned, or I always have surgery, or I'm gonna be meeting my out of pocket, it's kind of an argument there too, because if you're gonna pay, you know, a deductible, it's, do you pay $1,000 or do you pay $2,000? But if it's a big surgery and you meet your out of pocket of $89.50, it doesn't make a difference.
So if I understand this right, so this gold, this one that's even more expensive, is
Uh-huh.
$1,500 more.
Mhm.
That has no deductible.
Out of pocket's $89.50 and a 0 RX deductible. So you're talking the second plan down?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would just be a total increase of 1,500 times 12,
Mm-hmm.
18 grand. Okay, I'll just make sure. One thing that I guess we're struggling with as far as everybody else in the whole world is trying to just be competitive. And the county has always had, thanks to you, the county has always had very good benefits, and so I'm just trying to
Absolutely.
ask questions that put us in a position to be much more attractive to,
Absolutely.
especially as we hire for long-term families.
And in my industry, we call that golden handcuffs. We added that rider to the dental that said your maximum increases each year that you're here. Now, goes up from 1,000 to 1,200 to 1,400, and after 5 years of service, you've got a 2,000 maximum. Well, that's just a pat on the back for being a long-term employee. So I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
So,
And that's where I mean, if we're choosing between option 1 and 2, I would choose the better benefit of option 1, but my vote would actually be to give them no deductible. You
And
know, and they
that's-
might as well start chipping away at their co-insurance.
right. And that's totally an option that we can click, and those benefits will become effective January 1 with a 12-month rate guarantee. And that's kind of why I did that page with all those options on there, because
Yeah.
that gives you that information.
So the copay is $15 if they show up to an office, and then $25 for a special.
Exactly.
Okay. And that would put us at 522 instead of 507.
Yep.
Well, all right. I think we have this before us.
Okay.
I think we'll want to have some discussion and see what direction we want to go.
And I just want to point out right here, it says that your automatic renewal will take place on December 10th. I know you guys meet on December 7th. That first page that I handed out says December 2nd. So
Okay.
we've got till the 7th, but I would need to know by the 7th.
So you
of
could come
December.
back in, or I guess we could just, because we'll just put it on the agenda and.
Yep.
So we actually moved commission
We
meeting,
need to do 14.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, so.
So
we
that,
can let you know before that, when they do the budgets, we'll be
Right.
working on it.
Yeah, when you know the budgets, just let me know, and then I go in and renew it electronically, and obviously the sooner we do that, the sooner the employees get their cards and things like that, but they like to know by the first week of December, but
Okay.
if we let them know by the 7th,
Well, we'd
that's
like to
plenty of time.
definitely be done before that, so.
Yep. Yep,
This is awesome, thank you, this is a lot of information to put together.
yep,
And the coverage is good, I mean, Select Health is awesome.
yep,
We just had a baby and it was fine,
congratulations.
yeah, worked out good. Didn't know co-insurance was a thing that existed, you know, but they just keep figuring out ways to get you to pay more.
Yeah. Yes, I agree. One of those deals, so. And then I'll give my sheet of all those papers. So prepare for you, but I've got one in my bag, but that way you got the same information that I just passed out to them. Okay, well, thank you
Alright.
for the opportunity to
Think
be
what
here.
We got what we need to, we'll just have to have some discussion, decide what we wanna do. Dan,
Very good.
thank you for coming down.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks.
Grab it, Jean.
Lynn wasn't here today. I don't know if we're gonna need him for this deal or not.
Well, like, this guy doesn't, he's got an RV lot and he says his trailer's in and out and he shouldn't have to pay sanitation because he doesn't use it. If it's the same one, I think it is.
So he packs all his trash out of the county,
Mhm.
I'm sure. These are cool pens though. Other than I'm like Bill, I always find my light on, you know, a week later in my bag.
Okay,
LouJean, Argyle, Rich County Treasurer. Just relaying a message from a homeowner over in Swan Creek RV. They sent this email to Becky actually, and then she brought it down to me to look into it. They said in regards to an invoice received on an RV lot 950 West Broad Hollow Circle, we would like to have consideration to omit the charge for 2021 as we were not the owners of this lot until April. Furthermore, the lot is still being developed and leveled and is months from being able to be parked on for use. Thank you for passing this along to the commissioners. They have already paid the 21 because it went on their tax notice, and they actually paid that last week. I don't know if they knew they were paying the sanitation for 21 that was attached to their tax notice, but they paid it. I haven't heard any more from them since I got that payment. So they don't want to pay the 22, which only goes on once a year. And it doesn't really matter that it's just a dirt lot. They can still pull a trailer on there. I don't see that that's any different than any of the other RV lots that we assess once a year for sanitation.
So you're saying that they paid for the previous owner in 2021?
Which, you know, I tell them all, I said, if the sanitation follows the property, so if that person should have owned or paid it, then you should contact them and get the money back from them. Some of the title companies are getting a lot better about calling about sanitation to see if there's any on there. And I tell them I don't prorate it, it's just $70 twice a year, or in this case it's $70 once a year. I don't prorate it. If they want to prorate it, that's up to them. But they just don't want to pay for the one that got attached in July because their lot is being worked on. But there's several up there that don't have hookups in that, but we assess the $70 because some of them still use them.
I wonder
So,
if we don't, shouldn't credit them that 21 payment to 22.
well, and I can do that.
It wasn't their lot.
But did we get double
But that's
payments
no
on the lot?
different than a house. A lot of times when they buy a house, I tell them, you need to contact your title company because that should have been checked
Right,
on in
right.
your closing.
Right.
So is his problem paying from when he didn't own it, or just paying on a lot that he
Well, I
doesn't generate
think
charge?
both. He didn't want to pay the 21. He said, I want to admit that charge because we didn't own it. Furthermore, the lot is still being developed and leveled, and his months from being able to be parked on for use for 22.
So obviously the lot has to be charged for trash. That's not something that's really negotiable.
Yeah,
It sounds like he needs to collect the money from the previous owner.
and that's what I told him. I said, you need to contact the previous owner and say, you know, there was a sanitation charge on here that you guys didn't take care of or tell us about.
But that also makes me feel bad for him. But it's $75, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm the same way. I wish the title companies would keep that straight so that who
Well, and
should be
you know,
paying
and
for
it's
it
the
should
same
pay
like
for it.
taxes, when some of them buy them and find out but they don't go through a realtor or a title company, they just do it themselves, and then they find out there's back taxes. I'm not taking the back taxes off just because you weren't aware there were back taxes. That's your due diligence, not mine. You know, so whatever you guys decide though, I'll do.
Well, even the previous owners, you know, unfortunately, they didn't pay before they sold it, but they probably used the service, so, regardless of if a service is provided, I mean, I think that, you know, it was up to the people who bought the lot, should have had it, you know, made sure that there was no back fees on it, you know, so I think at this point in time, we've considered it, and for 2022, you know, he'll owe for that, because he's the lot owner. And there's lots up there, some people use them, some don't, but every lot gets assessed, that we decided on that.
Yeah.
So I don't know that, unless one of you wanna make a motion to do something different.
No, I agree with you. He owns a lot, and that's the responsibility of whoever owns the lot at that time. So, something he inherited when he bought the property.
What kind of sanitation service does he have?
They have dumpsters.
Yeah.
They have a dumpster.
So he has the ability to dump there. when
Right as you pull out,
it's
they have all their
working.
dumpsters there.
That's the thing, the service was provided,
Yeah.
you know.
No, and we've had other ones just like this
Right.
that we've said, well, the service is there, so.
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
that's
that
the-
was the former owner. Was one of them.
Oh, is that?
Mhm. Yes.
Yeah, I'd say we just don't do anything. We like them being in the county, you know, and that's great, they own a lot, but it just needs to be paid.
And, you know, if he doesn't wanna pay his 22, it'll be attached to his taxes. Now he's the owner again, so. Yeah,
What would you suggest we do? Is that what you think we should do?
Well, I have to follow what the rule is. If I band it for one person, then that leaves it open for another person to come in and say, well, you did it for them, so you need to do it for me.
And we have done this the same before.
Yeah,
prior.
it was the previous owner that her and her brother came in with 12 lots and that we're arguing it, and we made them pay,
right.
which,
That's what I'm saying, we're being consistent.
yeah. I think we need to stay consistent
That's
and
why.
to say that is just a fee that's with that RV lot. Whether you're developing it or not, that's your choice. You can still pull a trailer on there and use it if you want. Just because you don't have hookups doesn't mean you can't camp there.
And then use a dumpster.
Yeah,
No, I I think that we make no concession whatsoever, but I don't know that we need a motion to even say
Yeah,
that.
that's.
The issue is.
Because it's
we-
policy anyway.
We considered it and we just follow in the policy, so.
Okay. I will send them an email just to respond to them. Okay, thank
Thanks.
you.
Thanks, LouJean.
All right, Mitch.
Did we get the agenda amended to include the economic development grant? Okay, cool. All right, Mitch Poulsen, I'm the planning administrator for Rich County, and here to talk about a state aid agreement for the bike path, and then also an economic development grant. So the first one is, it's a state aid agreement between the state and the county to complete the pathway between 2200 South and 800 North. I don't know how they got that address. That's crazy to me. But they also put, the general descriptors of Gus Rich Point and Rendezvous Beach, which is essentially where we're going with this. The dollar value on it is right here. So basically $2,560,000 with $640,000 of match, which is 20, an 80-20 split. So with that, sure get a lot of people that are really interested and excited when they hear the bike path is going all the way down to Rendezvous Beach. They're really tickled by that. It seems like there is no shortage of public support for that project.
So the total is 3 million-ish?
$3,200,000.
Yeah, that is cool.
And,
Awesome.
and I visited with our contract person at the state, and I asked, well, do we have to spend it all in 1 year, or can we get an extension for a year? And he says, no, we could give you an extension for a year, like you spend the first year designing it and then the second year implementing it. I said, sure, we can. That would certainly be something we could consider, and I'll toss it to the commissioners for their consideration.
Is that what you'd like to do?
I'm game for anything.
You'd be happy pounding it out too, if you
Yeah.
could?
Yeah.
Is there gonna be some changes in the highway?
None that I'm aware of yet.
Just build the bike path along the shore, between the shore and the road.
And the current road, yeah. I mean, there have been discussions about moving the road over and other things, which would be nice for sure. Now that we've got it completed down from Ideal Beach to Gus Rich Point, it's really awkward riding through those the Z gates and that confined space against the retaining wall, things like that. So it certainly would be nice if the Department of Transportation would excavate out some of that side hill, move the road over entirely, and then just put the bike path up on top where the guardrail currently sits. But I think that's a fairly expensive proposition, and maybe a few years down the road.
I'm just concerned that everybody will be using the bike path for a parking lot.
We're working on a parking plan right now for that stretch, and then the feedback we've got from Department of Transportation is there would be separation between the bike path and the parking area itself. And if you move the highway over, that creates even more parking, makes it an even
Right.
better scenario.
I
And
guess
the bike path would be right against the ordinary high water mark.
Right. That's my question is, we don't wanna jump in and put the horse in before, or the cart before the horse. We need to have DOT involved and try and get it all so that it's, parking is done the same time as.
Everything works well.
Yeah.
We talked about that because there was some discussion for a while of just putting the bike path right along the highway, and it was determined that would just be crazy unsafe because you got cars, pedestrians, and then a parking area. It's way better to put the parking area between the pedestrians and the existing roadway.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
Right.
So we've already done the aerial on that part of it though, haven't we?
No,
I thought they did. Down there by or was it from Rendezvous to?
we haven't done any aerial.
That's the current price I have for you guys to do it from where we left off down through eight.
He got some proposals to do it, but we haven't done it.
Oh,
And just to confirm, this will stop at the new rest stop. That's the funding is,
no, Rendezvous.
Rendezvous Beach.
oh, all the way to Rendezvous.
Yeah.
We'll go to the Rendezvous, entrance.
Oh, that's pretty dang cool.
Yeah.
And that's great. If we had 600,000
You
for
don't?
match.
Yeah, indeed.
Got any ideas for that, Mitch?
Well, the first idea I've got is we have requested 70,000 from Governor's Office of Recreation, and then also another 70,000 from the TRT to put in the path at the top of Logan Canyon. So that'd be $140,000. Last discussion I heard with the Forest Services, they weren't sure they even wanted a contractor doing the work. They almost wanted to come in and do it themselves because they like the idea of the trail so much. It's kind of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them to do something really monumental. So potentially we could move those monies to this location and use that as match.
You guys tell me, Bill and Mitch, do you have to have the money available? Do you have to have the match lined up before you can even sign this thing to get this money going? Or do you just have to have a plan to get the matching money? That makes sense?
Usually they just want you to have a plan for the matching money, and whenever you submit reimbursements, you've got a document that you.
So if we were to commit more of like the TRTs to next year's money,
Right,
we could do that?
that's a possibility too.
So the reimbursements are based on an 80-20.
Okay.
So if you've got a reimbursement of 300,000,
20% needs to come
We
from
need
the
to pick
local.
an easier number to get 20% out of it.
well, but what I'm saying is so that's 60,000 that
Yeah.
we would have to, put into
As
the.
you use it, you
Yeah,
match it.
right.
Okay.
So as we did the project, the 600 is the minimum. And we probably can't build the project for the 3.3 million. It'll probably be more like 3.5 by the time we're done, as we all know that
Yeah.
projects are, so we're looking probably at 700,000 match versus 600,000.
And do you turn the whole thing back, or do you use what you can until it runs out, and then re-request at some future point?
Well, and that's just it. I mean, do we try to do another segment of what we can afford in match?
Sure. Right.
Or do we just say, the bottom line is, yeah, we can sign it, but we're obligating ourselves at this point in time for a $600,000 match
Mhm.
for the total amount.
Right.
Seems like in government with the money floating around now, it's easier to do that than it used to be. Commit to matching money that's gonna come along later on.
Right.
When we gotta sign it?
I don't know, it actually says that we have to sign it today. Let's take a gander. Description of project. It's a pretty simple contract for such a massive amount of money. Doesn't actually say. So maybe we can sit on it for another month and think about it.
I think we better I mean, we better have a plan of what we're gonna do. I mean, the bottom line is
Is there any questions that I can hit them about? Like, do we have to spend it all? Can we just spend a portion that works for us? Because we may not be able to come up with the $640,000. Then we may look at coming up with additional match money from other sources next.
well, so I guess one of the things I'm wondering about, we're talking about a bike path, but we've got a parking problem as well. Are they planning on implementing those parking areas or expanding those parking areas in conjunction with this bike path? And if that's the case, then are they doing that with other funding for parking? Now, my understanding was it was a separate thing before.
Yeah, that was my understanding as well.
So, kind of like to know where they're at on the parking plan.
Okay.
You know, the governor just come out a couple of days ago, you know, and would like to see trails connecting communities everywhere. And so there may be some opportunities for, you know, some match dollars from something else. We'll just have to be careful. I'm guessing most of this money is federal dollars.
So all ours has to be non-federal.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but it can be state dollars. So, I think, you know, we better have some discussions, see if we can figure out where we can come up. Because that's not, you know, if we, even 24 months, that's a lot of money to come up with for
Sure,
match
right.
in 24 months.
And your current road and bridge crew is willing to participate and help out on this kind of stuff, right?
It depends on what it actually is.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I mean, as far as, you know, providing gravel and hauling some of that and doing some help, yeah,
Sure.
to a certain degree.
Yeah, I mean,
But
obviously
they
they do
can't,
it.
you know, they can't come in all summer to the project.
Totally, right.
So, you know, in-kind match, it would be a stretch for 100,000 in-kind, I think. So, with what you've got, 175,000,
We're a third of the way there.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll give that some thought for another month. Roll it over. I'll contact UDOT. Ask them a few questions.
Maybe figure out if there's a deadline to signing that.
Yeah.
Because if there's not, you know, like you can sit on it for a couple months.
Sure.
But we are going into budgeting, and so
Okay.
gives us time to think about monies.
Sounds good. Yeah, like you say, we could ask for a significant amount of TRT next year. We've, you know,
I think coordinating with DOT is as big a deal as anything in this deal.
with the parking plan versus the bike path itself. Okay.
Because we don't wanna spend a bunch of money putting the bike path and then have to tear it up and make parking and then.
Well, it's gotta be, that's the thing, as we expand those areas, you know, the bike path's gotta be done at the same time we expand those
Yeah.
areas. And they've identified 3 different areas that they would like to put some expansion in. But, you know, there's gonna be some pretty significant issues there where the high water mark is close enough to the highway that there's gonna have to be a lot of fill
Yeah.
and the Corps' gonna have to buy off on all that. And
You know, that was what was handy about our previous Forestry, Fire, and State Lands representative. He was really good at working with Corps of Engineers as a kind of a sister agency.
yeah.
And I don't know if Rowdy has generated that level of confidence with the Corps yet or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
So
There's some big things. Okay, let's have some discussion about that, and we'll, let's try to identify some sources.
sounds good. We can certainly do that.
All right, so our rural community grant.
Okay, so rural community grant this is the $200,000 that we receive to do basically whatever we want as a county to improve the economic development of the area. So at the present time, the way this was written is kind of interesting. Brian Carver's the one that puts this together, and what he suggested in the project plan is that $130,000 of the grant funds will be used to provide capital investment grants to Rich County businesses, and then there'd be $20,000 to the county for a housing market analysis, and then $25,000 of the grant to be withheld for the regional commission staff to administer the application reporting requirements, and then $25,000 to be used to support regional economic development partnership with Box Elder and Cache counties. And I think this was written about the time, several months ago when other things were going on. However, on the following page on the budget, most of those things are not there. There's $170,000 through the competitive grant to local businesses, a housing market analysis for $20,000, and then $10,000 for regional commission administration, which is what we ask for each year. The reality is these numbers have to go in front of the Economic Development Board for their approval, or for their recommendation back to this board for full approval. So, last time we met, the Economic Development Board looked at the applications, and they are actually meeting tonight because part of the application notice that went out was that if you're asking for $20,000 or more, you had to come in and give a presentation. So those making the $20,000 ask are coming in to make their presentations tonight, and then I would hope that they would start the ranking and reviewing process, so we can send that off to the county commissioners for next month's meeting. But we need to kick it off with a signature, so.
Well, there's been a lot of discussion about another, what should I say, another option about economic development
Right.
through the Best Bragg Agency,
Uh-huh.
of increasing that.
Have you talked to Brian about that at all? Brian Carver?
A little bit.
You mentioned it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if they do, sounds like they're gonna form a economic development position board,
Mm-hmm.
but our contribution seems like it would be very minimal, but I think he wrote this in a way that if we needed to chip in some, we could.
That was my
Yeah,
understanding.
it's not gonna be $25,000.
So this says for the administration, only 10,000?
Yeah. That's what we've been asking for in the past, but working for the board, they like me to do a lot of different things. I ended up spending double that in the last year. And so I think that's why Brian on one page upped it, but yet on the back page left it at 10.
Yeah, and the first page is what, 20 or 25?
Right.
20?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we definitely want to keep the admin fee as low as possible and get more of those dollars to people, but, you need to request whatever it costs.
It's always nice when I can keep my doors open.
Yeah.
So you're meeting tonight, huh?
Yes.
And review what? Application?
Yeah, so those that have asked for $20,000 are coming in to give a presentation on their request.
How many of those did you have?
6 or 7.
So this is just a request of funds, is that correct?
The application's been submitted, so this would be the contract for the funds. So we just have to sign it, send it back, then they'll sign it.
So if we wanna make some changes, how firm are they on that? I mean, if we wanted to change these amounts on the back.
I found that the whole process is very fluid, that they are very flexible in giving the counties a lot of latitude in what it is that they really want.
And how they use it.
What's that?
And how they use it.
And how they use it, right.
That'll tighten up over time.
It will,
It always does.
always does,
So is this for the 2023?
yes.
You're meeting tonight, what time are you meeting if I were just to come watch it?
6 o'clock.
At the Garden City?
Yep.
The admin fees gotta cover the admin.
Well, that'll have to come out of 174,000. Basically.
How much rollover did you have from this last year?
I thought we were gonna have quite a bit of rollover, actually, and then like last minute, people were sending in their reimbursement requests like crazy. I don't think there was any rollover,
Yeah, there is a little bit.
6,000.
which is not a whole lot.
I did a spreadsheet on it, but let me grab.
So the econ board tonight, is that where you guys would swap some of these numbers around?
You-
Well, no,
Not necessarily. The econ board can make a recommendation to you guys, and then when I come in, you guys have the flexibility to go, no, we're going to adjust these and scale them back and whatever.
Okay. So can you sign that now, Bill, or do we need to talk about it?
no, we can sign up and request the money. I mean, as long as we're not just completely locked into this budget on the back, which I think one way or the other, I think we would have the flexibility of taking some of this money and putting it down in this line if we needed to. But if that's the case, then they would have less money up here that we, they would need to know.
160 grand left,
Yeah.
instead of 170.
Yeah,
So maybe you guys can just keep that in mind tonight,
Mm-hmm.
closer to 160.
Mm-hmm. And if that's the guidance from the commission, I can certainly let them know that that's your wishes. And I think they would be very considerate of that.
I don't think we've had any changes since this, but this is what I've got. We got 6, this is who I've paid and, last time's carryover and
Thank you.
that makes sense. But, so that's what I've got that we've got left over. Which isn't much.
No?
And it seems like we're pumping the brakes on every, I love what you're doing, and how much money you're chasing, and we just gotta figure out how to pay for some of it.
Yeah.
This economic grant's awesome.
Yeah, I wish it were more. It's really $200,000 to spread across all the businesses. They are all immensely appreciative of it. When I call them to let them know how much they got in previous years, even when it's been scaled back, they are so appreciative. I mean, they just gush with gratitude,
Yeah.
and I think that's really cool. So they obviously appreciate it. I don't know how much it does really for the economy as a whole, but certainly when you can help out your businesses, I think that's a really great thing.
So could this money next year be used towards that matching dollars of that bike path?
Yes, it could.
Okay. Another option for us. Which minus an admin fee, a housing market analysis would be about 180-ish.
Mm-hmm.
So we won't do that housing market analysis a second time.
Right.
so we need a motion to go ahead and sign this rural county draft contract for economic opportunity.
I'll make a motion that we sign this contract for the rural economic development grant for the $200,000.
Second.
Have a motion and second to sign the contract with the state for rural county opportunity. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed.
This is the document that we signed at the regional commission. You just signed it here instead of there. Oops.
Yeah, I'm not the administrator.
Cool, thank you, appreciate it.
So signing this, we can still move the numbers around if we want.
Mm-hmm.
If it's costing more to admin it, we can put a little more to it.
Right.
I think everything's fluid up until we approve the spreadsheet you gave us, right?
Correct. Okay. Anything else for me, gentlemen?
Nope, I don't think so.
Okay, just as an update, I'm working with Mike Hansen on, writing a grant for the, ordinances to follow up, as a follow-up from the comprehensive, the general plan. So, we're submitting something to the TPA program. And seeing if the communities wanna be on board with that as well, so when the time comes, we'll probably be back in for that.
Okay.
You're all right with that?
Yep.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Drive safe.
Thank you. And then I'll get you a copy once, I get the signed version from the state.
Okay, good, thank you.
What did you think about, what did you think about all this?
Which one?
Yeah, I guess we're gonna have a lot to talk about on this one.
Yeah,
I'm kinda like,
Always
would rather go
get a copy of that.
$1,400 more a month and give them zero deductible.
Oh,
Yeah, did you see that?
CP fund page looks like this.
No, that's one of the things I'll show you.
So you can see the deductibles, like $0, $15 copay,
One
or
vote,
$250, $75 copay.
only have.
Like this one's only $700.
Now this,
I'm just trying to get by
my
for,
own, that I've done
you
this
know, we have
spreadsheet.
a non-deductible health plan. That's super attractive
Yeah.
to employees too. And there's the total price. You know, the different increases per month.
Plus, when you have a copy of it, makes it easier to do so. So, they for me,
and that's gold. That's a gold one.
Mm-hmm.
that laptop, and she just wrote notes and then.
So it goes from 505 per year to 522
To get that.
to get the zero deductible.
And, so someone told me, oh, I just got a laptop, boy, I got a laptop immediately, which, this one's outdated, I've ordered you.
Because it's hard to pay that.
I've never had a zero deductible. That would be good.
Yeah.
All right, Bryce, looks like you're next on the agenda.
Okay.
Come on up.
How are you? Good. Yeah.
Good to see you.
Just a little bit of housework today. Quite frankly, it's getting so that all these grants I'm trying to get and stuff are more and more complicated. One of the first one I wanted to talk about was the NIMS resolution. NIMS means National Incident Management System. And we passed one probably back in about 2004 or 5, but we can't find a copy of it. So I just need to have you make another motion to accept the resolution. Do you want me to read it to you, or did you get a copy of it?
Is it the same resolution that we passed back then?
Pretty much, yeah.
And do we have to have that, state have to have that on file, or who has that on file?
Yeah, we have to have it on file, and I'll have it on file because I have to add it. I have to get this in on every one of the applications for EMPG grants. And any grants I get, we basically gotta tell the world that the county is supporting NIMS.
Should read it. I've never read it.
You what?
I've never read it. So
What it is it basically says that the county, NIMS mean the national response, back in 2003, they had FEMA did a bunch of stuff and said, okay, we need to take and make sure everybody's doing it the same way. So this basically says that we're on the national framework and we do it this way, which means you have a specific number of, you use, what I'm trying to think of, different command structures. You're able to communicate with other agencies. You do everything the same, so everything in the United States is the same. So it basically just agrees that you're gonna do it that way.
So the resolution says, whereas Homeland Security Presidential Directive established the National Incident Management System, whereas the NIMS establishes a single comprehensive approach to domestic incident management to ensure that all levels of government across the nation have the capability to work effectively and efficiently together using a national approach to domestic incident management. Whereas the NIMS provides a consistent nationwide approach for federal, state, and local governments to work together to prepare for and to respond to and recover from domestic incidents regardless of cause, size, and complexity. And whereas the NIMS provides for interoperability and compatibility among federal, state, and local capabilities, and includes a core set of concepts, principles, terminology, technologies covering the incident command system, unified command, training, management, or resources. Whereas beginning October 1st, 2004, all federal departments and agencies shall make an adoption of the NIMS requirement, adoption of the NIMS, a requirement to the extent providing by law for providing federal preparedness assistance through grants, contracts, and other activities to local governments. Whereas for Rich County to qualify for grants and other funding, it is necessary for Rich County to adopt the NIMS. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Rich County adopts the National Incident Management System as its system for preparing for and responding to disaster incidents, adopted by the Rich County Commission on this day of 2022.
Like I said, you already passed it. It's a matter of Becky couldn't put her hands on a signed copy, so I just need a signed copy to send in with my request.
Okay. Either one of you want to read it again?
No, I guess we don't need a motion, or do we need a motion?
We'll need a motion to approve it, yeah,
Resolution.
today. All right, motion to approve the resolution.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve the resolution adopting the National Incident Management System.
second.
Got a motion, second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously. All right, go ahead, Bryce.
Okay. The next item, again, is a little bit of house cleaning. I need, since they've got real specific on grants, I need a new letter of promulgation, which is a letter that basically says it has to change each time you get a different administration within the county government or whatever government you're working for. And it essentially just says you'll support the MPG program and that kind of stuff. So I'll read it to you briefly. Rich County is in northern Utah and is bordered by Wyoming and Idaho. The population risks vary dramatically from season and location. The topography of the area naturally splits the county into agriculture and recreation. These characteristics create a challenge to elected officials and first responders in emergency situations. Rich County is currently experiencing tremendous growth around Bear Lake. This increased activity continues or creates potential hazards of the urban wildlife, wildfire interface, hazmat accidents, and public health issues. Natural hazards, including extreme weather events, flooding and fire, create additional threats. Population surges throughout the summer and sparse numbers in the winter taxes the resources of law enforcement and first responders. Rich County Commission takes emergency management seriously. The county emergency manager stays current. FEMA and Utah Division of Emergency Management directives, participation in training, and exercises as necessary so he can fulfill the duties and public awareness and coordinating emergency response. EMPG funding and training makes this possible. County adoption of NIMS and the management of the emergency operation plan is part of this commitment. So that's not a resolution, that's just a letter that I have to add with when I make my applications.
So does this have to go into every application?
All the EMPG grant applications, yeah. Basically, it says we'll have an emergency operation plans, and we follow NIMS, and we do all this other kind of stuff. Now, you guys have an opportunity if you want. There's a class out that's for elected officials on emergency management. I could certainly provide each one of you the information. I think it's an online class if you're interested in doing it. Their emergency operation plan is in the process of being updated. Denny, I'm sure you guys, you can't think of it right off the top of your head, but it's a big document that basically goes through all of the aspects of emergencies in Rich County, who does what, and this and that kind of stuff. And so I've got to update it. There's going to be a different type of structure, I guess you might say. Mark Miller over in Box Elder County wants to do it differently, so I may follow his adoption. It seems a lot easier, but anyway, deals with evacuation, with debris management, fires, with all sorts of other things, human health, and that kind of stuff. Thank you. Did you get a copy of this, Becky? You got a copy of this?
Yeah.
Okay.
We need a motion for that.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman, having you sign this paper indicating Rich County Commission supporting emergency management.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay.
Okay, third item I wanted to briefly discuss, not fully because I've been told, I guess you guys are getting close to getting to budget time, aren't you?
Yeah.
So I just sort of wanted to give an idea of what I basically do the same application every year on budgets. I wish I could get a copy of what my expenditures are, what my reserves are, whether or not there's any balance in the emergency management budget or not, so that I could deal a little bit better.
We can get that for you.
Okay,
Do you want that?
yeah, I do. I'd like to know how much money I've spent, where it went to. And it used to be that I carried a balance that was earmarked for emergency management stuff. See if that balance still exists, that kind of stuff. So when I made my application this year, I requested and received $35,000, and last year there was a bit of confusion with Bill and everybody else, and with Stacy about me. I having this great amount of money that I didn't spend. Well, it was all screwed up because of the state. So this year I've got 35,000. I got some extra money in there other than I'm gonna actually need for, a portable, LED sign for you put up. I've tried to get the, John, Nickel and or, fire chief over there, Mike Wahlberg, to give me some specs on it so I can begin to purchase it. But I have a terrible time. I get money and I want to say, okay, you guys, every time we need this. And I say, fine. But I don't know exactly what you need, so just send me some specs. And I never give that, so hopefully I'll take and do that, but that'll be in the budget. And is there any other items?
So, did the radios that we ordered, have they come and they've been dispersed and they're installed and all programmed?
They came, they've been programmed, and they're sitting. Some of them have not been dispersed, not installed. I noticed at our last LEPC meeting, excuse me, that Randolph Fire's got all of theirs in. Woodruff has all of theirs in. I don't know about Lake Town. Mike is still screwing around, so I don't know. And I don't know about the ambulances and stuff like that. But I got all the radios that they requested, and they all got programmed, so
Who programmed them?
some guy over in Logan, or from, I don't know who he was.
Okay. But each of the agencies got theirs then, and it's just up to them.
Yeah, and I don't like I said, I don't know about the ambulances, who's doing those, I'm assuming that, I saw them all over the Garden City Fire District, but,
They're not in the ambulances yet.
yeah, I don't know. You what?
I don't think they're in the ambulances yet. They're still on the same ones we have. Dale Stacy's our president of the association.
Yeah,
So is he in charge of swapping them too?
I don't know.
Chris Staples, he had a guy come up, and I think he installed them, or somebody come up. They installed them for about $480 a piece, so,
For the fire department.
yeah.
Did that include programming them for the frequencies? Is that part of that too, or what was?
No, that was all done beforehand.
Oh, okay. All right, so you're looking at a reader board then for,
Well, I'm not, I'm just
emergencies?
I'm trying to respond to what people want, because since I'm not actively involved in fire or law enforcement, I have to, ask them. And of course, they always have a big list of wants until it comes down to time to say, okay, what do you really need now? And then it's,
I think that would be a very handy thing for when Logan Canyon closures and when there's incidents, have one of them big signs on wheels that you could run over and put
Well,
up.
I think so too. Now, I could buy it for the county, and you could put it wherever you want. I'm not specifically saying it's for Garden City or anything.
Well, it could be just for wherever there's an incident, yeah.
Yeah, but house it maybe over there or something, or unless you have a place here that's better, more centrally located. I just need to know what to buy. I think they're about $15,000. I need to know whether I needed a programmable, how big it is, all this other kind of stuff. Power supply on it. I'm sure there's one out on state bid that UDOT gets. Whether or not just get a duplicate of what UDOT gets, I don't know.
UDOT actually rents most of theirs.
Do they?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
but they rent them for a whole year and then they roll them over and then they get new ones. I don't know, we can find some things out on them and find out.
That would be a really handy thing.
Yeah, probably would. Okay.
So who do you want me to pursue and hound to get the specs on that one?
Well, you know, Dale's over emergency management. He ought to be the one to lead that cause of what, you know, across the county of what, you know, what the best thing would be to do. But let me have a visit with him and we'll see what's going on there.
Bigger the better. You know how that goes.
Yeah, yeah. You could use them when you're herding cows down the road
Yeah.
like they were this morning.
Yeah.
God, I hate it when I pull up on a herd of cows and all I'm looking at is butts.
Yeah. Coming the other way, it's not so bad.
No,
All right, I'll check on the reader board and we'll get back with you on some specs on that, Bryce.
okay, so,
But that would be something you'll purchase in the next year, right?
no, this year.
Do you want to purchase it for the end of the year?
It'd be
then?
in 2023, yeah. In
In
fiscal year 2023.
23, okay. So that's in your 23 budget then, right?
I'll insert it in. I haven't really put the numbers there. I can get the numbers and when you guys, I'll
Okay.
send them over to Becky and then you guys can deal with. I just wanted to give you a heads up on that.
Okay.
Other than that, unless you have any questions, everything went fine this summer. It's amazing to me we didn't drown more people or have big fires and all this other kind of stuff. The development in Garden City is completely out of control, I believe. I mean, I was talking to a guy yesterday, and everybody's trying to beat the zone or beat the restrictions of the city by building what they're calling agricultural buildings and then putting domiciles in them and then going in and saying, well, we're put 7 apartments in here, but hey, we've got this big loft, so we're gonna put 7 more in, you know, all after the fact. So that's gonna be up to the building inspector and the city over there. And I did notice traveling up to Montpelier yesterday that that big development outside of St. Charles has started, so.
Yeah.
I don't know, I think we've got the services down, we just need bigger roads.
So, in the past, we've had some, you know, county training where we've had an emergency, you know, issue going on. I know, you know, where we, all the agencies kind of come together and work together, and we had, you know, what have we got planned for this next coming year?
Well, let me tell you what we did this year, and we did it during the LAPC meeting, because that's about the only time I can get a few people together. I still didn't get very many people together. My biggest concern for emergency management in the county is an extreme weather event. And so we did an exercise in July on what we would do if, say for instance, you had one of those downpours like happened above Norm's place, above on Sagebrush Flat, and it came racing down through Harbor Village, which has sort of had a history of that. And so we did that one. I would also, what I'd like to do, and I'm trying to get this straightened around, I'm assuming I gotta work with the city, but with that canal blowout this year, that would have had a real serious issue if that would have been up or down a couple of ways, you know. So I don't,
Through Swan Creek. So it begins Sunrise Village on the north end. From Sunrise Village south is the city, and then goes back into the county at Sweetwater, at the Sweetwater subdivision.
that would be the Hodges Canal, or that would be the
That's both of them.
Sweetwater subdivision.
Yeah, where the subdivision is out at Sweetwater.
Okay. Clear out by the golf course?
Yeah, so the Hodges is singled out there. The other one returns to the canal right in the middle of town where Dorothy Stringham used to live.
So what's your feelings on that? I mean, you know, as I've worked in this, they always have big earthquake drills and all this other kind of stuff. But as I've seen Rich County, other than wildfires, which I guess we're gonna have to rely on the responders for that. But, you know, I'm really getting worried about these extreme weather events. Downpours and you runoffs and all this other kind of stuff. What about you guys? Do you have any feelings for them? How much should I work on them? What should I do? Is there anything we can do about them other than maybe make people aware of them? Or, I mean, you can't predict them. But on this canal situation, other than piping the whole canal, which probably is not going to be going for a while, but I've heard it talked around whether or not, you know, they should pass an ordinance or whatever that says when you build below the canal that you pipe it above you. I mean, right over there, those all the ones they're building now are right below the canal. And the old canal has creeped through there for over 100 years and never caused any trouble, but it's old and it's down where it goes by the point where it comes out of, what is it, the canyon right there by the state park, and has to go through that cliff area. With all the development going on around there, there's gotta be, I guess I don't feel I'm doing my job unless I at least address it and let you guys know about it. I plan on going to the city and talking to them. I talked to Will Lusk over in Cache County. Remember that canal broke and killed those 3 people over there?
Yeah.
He didn't know whether the city did any changes in ordinances or anything. And I know there's a canal, has its own rules and regulations. And I don't know, is it still in court or have they decided on whose that was? The thought on that one, Bill?
Which one?
The blowout over by,
Cash.
yeah, in Conestoga.
No, there's still some discussion about that. The canal was put in a pipe through a loan that was obtained by the irrigation companies, both of them, and put through Conestoga where that went, and through further north now, where, what are they called, Scion Homes?
Yeah.
Yeah, that will be all in a canal, by.
In a pipe.
In a pipe, yeah. It'll all be,
And now, did the canal company negotiate that or the city?
the canal company did.
What rules and regulations did they use to convince that developer to put it in a pipe?
Well, the developer was anxious. He does not want any issues, and after what was observed in Conestoga, felt like that he wanted to get ahead of any issues that may arise from the canal breaching, and so he's working with the canal company to put that in a pipe, in which he'll cost share some of that with the irrigation companies.
Well, maybe it's something I don't need to worry about then, if the irrigation companies are gonna be dealing with it.
Well, the irrigation companies have applied, and the 2 irrigation companies both have applied for some funding and for some long-term funding, basically enough to try to put at least a pretty good amount of the canal from where the weir is there, clear back up to the head, and that's
Which are you calling the weir now?
the weir, which is
And see what she's doing.
well, it's where the canal goes from one canal to 2 canals.
Okay, just over there.
Yeah,
It's north of the highway.
right. Yeah, and that's the first phase, and we're doing some engineering on that right now. The irrigation companies are and looking at that, but for the time being, they're working with the developer, of the Scion homes, and that stretch of canal, 850 feet, will be in a pipe. They're gonna start on that probably this fall and try to finish that next spring. The water's gonna be turned out of the canal probably today or tomorrow, and they're hoping to get started on that in the next couple of weeks.
So you're gonna pipe it back up to the spring,
Eventually, yeah,
so you can get some of your water down there?
yeah. Well, and you know, there's that, and then there's the Lockwood subdivision, you know,
Yeah.
just north of that. And, you know, there's issues kind of, you know, back in Harbor Village there,
Yeah,
and the Swan Creek subdivision up in there. There's some seepage there that as people continue to build around the canal, it's just, you know, it's an issue of, the seepage isn't nearly as big a threat of it washing out as it is fact that it's just in their houses, you know, in their crawl spaces, so. It'll probably be about a $20 to $25 million project when it's all done, so the canal companies are working on some funding from USDA, long-range funding to do some water optimization, so. That's what I know about it anyway.
who's the presidents of both canals now?
Paul Webb is the canal of Swan Creek, and Norm Meekum is the president of Hodges.
Okay, so give me some direction, should I worry about this or not?
I think, as far as right now, I think we just need to watch, you know, I mean, there's always, if we got a high, you know, had a big high water runoff early on like we did, you know, 3 or 4 years ago, you know, it's not gonna matter. The canal's not gonna pack it, and it's gonna go down through these subdivisions that have appeared.
Right.
You know, I mean, that's the thing. The water, up until this point in time, the water ran down in those fields and was dispersed, and it wasn't such a big deal. Well, we've taken the grass out of those fields and made it all concrete, so
Yep.
now it's all, you know, and once it gets to the highway, getting it underneath the highway is gonna be another issue as well, so.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's some danger there. I mean, putting the canal itself in a pipe is not gonna solve these weather events of, you know, quick runoff and those kind of things like we've had.
Well, it probably would in the summertime, maybe run over it, but will the 48, they're all gonna be 48-inch pipes? They'll carry how many second feet?
It'll carry, almost 70 second feet.
So your water right, I believe, is for 65, isn't it?
Right, yeah, there's some, actually, it'll carry up to 75 second feet, I believe is what, there was, you know, it was built to make sure that it carried everything that,
Yeah.
plus, you know, so.
Okay, well, do you have any suggestions you'd like me to do for, next year as far as training goes? I try to get people to give me ideas and,
So this training event, that you had in July, was that like a tabletop or?
yeah, it was a tabletop.
Is that what that was? Somebody come up and do that?
Yeah, Kevin Berjonovic came up and did it,
Good.
and him and myself. We tried to deal with water going down through Harbor Village, across the highway, into the marina and that kind of stuff, which is all possible if you know, if you had a big storm event up there.
Yeah. Yeah, anywhere in those canyons anymore. Well, not right offhand, I don't know about these other two commissioners as far as what should you be concentrating on, but we probably oughta.
And I'd sure like to
Come up with
involve you
something.
guys if you want, it's just a matter of, I know you're all busy.
How quick and how fast can we get sandbags and sand and stuff?
Well, I think we have, you
got
know,
a pile somewhere of some
well, I
bags?
guess there's a pile around here somewhere, from what I understand.
Cause that's about
Down
your
in the
only
catacombs.
defense. In a deal like your canal and all that, have people put them around their homes.
Yeah,
That's about all
to,
you can do.
to a certain degree, yeah. I mean, was,
They did it at Harbor Village,
it would help, you know.
but
Well, it went way above sandbags in Argyle Village. We used those water walls and everything else when that whole thing was taking place, but.
so is there any other threats to the county that you're worried about in terms of emergency management? What about fire and that kind of stuff? Obviously, everybody's, as these subdivisions crawl up into the hills, and you've got 90 million people up there on side by side. Fire is always an issue.
It is, you know, and it's one of those things that is continually, I think, on everybody's minds, from, you know, both federal agencies to the state agencies, and our local fire departments, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's something we always continue to look at. There's some mitigation projects that can be done, and we probably ought to continue to work with forestry, fire, and state lands and look at those and see where.
They've done a lot over there in some of the subdivisions, especially the subdivision I live in. too.
Yeah.
So, they did a bunch up along below the golf course, below Sweetwater up there too.
Yeah. So that's, you know, those are things we always just keep on the burner, I think.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from the other guys?
Well,
Okay, well, I'll get out of your hair then.
appreciate your work.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. Like I say, it's one of these horrible jobs where you do all this stuff and I hope you never get called out on it, so.
Yeah.
All right,
right.
appreciate it, guys.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Bryce.
Thanks. Thanks, Becky.
Yep, thank you, Bryce.
Tami, go.
Fish down.
You're up.
Here's your tree, but you don't have to open your tree now. We've got the little,
Oh, good.
your kids will have so much fun drawing on that.
Yeah,
old,
that's a lot of paper.
Okay, here's your.
What, you didn't have anything to do, so you just come over with her, or
I
what?
wish.
That's the top. They're gonna
I've already been to
actually
Ogden and back
discuss
today,
more.
and but you know those schedules.
I'll give you yours. When we're done, I'm just gonna follow along with him.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, get started.
Tami Leonhardt, Bear Lake Convention and Visitors Bureau.
Norm Acom, board member.
I brought Norm because he is the chair that conducted the meeting, so that he can go through and tell you what was approved, and then
Okay.
I'll kind of just go over the figures. It's all yours, Norm.
I was planning on you doing that. And I would just be the backup.
She brought you for backup and then pushed you to the front.
She did. That happened real fast. I would say just go down the list, and if you have questions, most of them were, you know, we felt were in line with something that we could do, that we could recommend. The one, the Berber Heritage area, we said no to, and it was to generate some podcasts on history, and we just didn't feel it was in line with what, in generating tourism. And as we go on down, a lot of these, like the town of Garden City, they were a 50-50 match, I think, on all of these.
Okay.
So we felt that where they were matching, it was, you know, that we could do that. As we go on down, the Winterfest, the Chamber of Commerce Winterfest, we looked at that and, kind of the issue we had there is they do a donation to an outside group every year, which is a good thing. We don't disagree with that. But the donation was real close to what we would be giving them from the travel board, from the TRT funds. So we felt that if they're just taking our money in and turning around and donating it to an outside agency, that maybe that wasn't appropriate. So for advertising and things, we felt that was appropriate, but where they raise enough money through it that they can do a donation, they cover their own expenses. But then ours kind of got turned around as a donation. Garden City Fire District, there were 2 of them, and we looked at them. They seemed to be close to the same thing. They were for the fire boat and some other facilities kind of supporting that. And so we felt that, a total of 10,000 may be appropriate, but we didn't feel that both of them were appropriate. Ridge County Sanitation did not submit an application. That's correct, isn't it?
Right.
But we realize the impact that this has on sanitation department, so we recommended that. And those guys do a great job over there, and they're there holidays and weekends,
Well,
Sundays.
We appreciate you thinking about them and doing that.
Yeah, we realize what they do. And the same was with the sheriff's office. We realize the impact that tourism places on those 2 departments in particular.
The sheriff's office did not submit an application, though.
They did not, did they?
They normally don't know.
Oh, really nice of you guys.
Sanitation only did one time. That was a couple of years ago.
Okay.
They were busy gathering garbage than
Yeah.
do the paperwork, I guess.
Do you want me to go over the numbers down here?
Whatever they want.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna give it to you anyway. Right down here, and it says as of June, that is actually as of August. So as of August, you've got $927,620. And then down below, you've got the rollover from last year. In your papers, you do also have the report of the rollover, so you can see what that amount was on both sheets.
Okay.
The difference as of right now is only $146,752. So that is August. You've still got half of the year left. On the other sheet, I did do a report from the TRT 2020, 2021, and 2022 as of what we stand now and what the other 2 brought in for the full years. So that kind of gives you a little idea that there is going to be some more money in there that needs to be
If it's
thought
like
about.
if it's like last year, it'll be like 28,000 each. More.
No,
That's
No,
all?
it'll be more than that.
Oh, that's just, or is that just the 1 month?
yeah, so you've got, that's RT, that's RT. So look over here at the TRT
Okay.
amount, see all of that. And you know, of course, now that it's 4 1/4 instead of 3, it's gonna be a lot higher. So you are gonna have some money that you're gonna have to think about where to put that before the end of the year.
And I have Garden City and Randolph's documents for the commissioners to sign to pay for that.
Great, and I think those are the only ones that were left, weren't they?
I think so.
Okay.
It's crazy that our July and August numbers were almost as much as our whole 2020 numbers.
Isn't that crazy?
For this very,
That's
this
awesome.
year.
For this
Yeah,
year. Mhm.
yeah, this is-
restaurant tax just can't seem to,
I know.
we must be at capacity, you know, as far as how many people you could serve.
It's busy all the
Probably
time.
so, huh?
Yeah.
And then the help, you know, there's just not that help. A lot of people were closing earlier and, but then you have the grocery store too. And those big homes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, that's great. We appreciate you taking the time and going over each application and analyzing how it fit and where and how we should fund that, so.
The board did really well.
Appreciate you spearheading that, Norm.
One
with everything
thing,
else.
in the town of Laytown, for the rodeo, the bleachers at the rodeo ground, and then upgrade the ball field. One thing that we ask, and maybe you guys can kinda prod that along also, is that they only really do one event that's tourism related at the rodeo grounds. We'd ask they try to, you know, maybe do two. I think there could be the demand there if they do a second event, and start working, if we're going to put money into upgrading the rodeo grounds, it really does become something that could be tourist oriented a little bit better.
Okay.
How many more bleachers do they have to upgrade, Sam?
Well,
Cause they've
It's
done
the
this
wooden
3 years
ones.
now.
they're now wanting to kinda redo the old wood ones that they're starting to crack and break, so. They're almost got bleachers all the way around finally.
Yeah. It's a cool venue.
Before I was out of there as mayor, I was trying to get some bleachers designed that went above the pens back there that hold the livestock. So you'd be above them, looking all over the arena, but it was a engineer's nightmare, and it was gonna cost more to engineer it than to build it, so we didn't do it.
Well, and I think we'll certainly have some discussion with the mayor about that.
So now they're thinking that those wood ones take up as much or twice as much room as those new aluminum ones, but you can put twice as many people in the aluminum ones. So now they're kinda wanting to go that route and get those so you can put more people on them.
And I really truly believe what the board mentioned too is, you know, a lot of people come and they do like the rodeos. They like going to them. And I know before we had quite a few, didn't we? Not just one?
There was some, what was it,
The bear,
the Moore Memorial,
oh, yeah. And Jade had a rodeo over there in Garden City for a while.
Oh, that's right.
But it's hard to make it go, cause the stock contracting and the stock is so expensive. You have to have a good crowd to make it pay, and insurance.
How have they done with the demolition derbies there?
Really good, other than that last few years, they couldn't get enough cars to
Do it.
do it.
yeah, I mean,
People quit coming, it got so expensive to travel, and then it takes a million hours to get a car ready to go.
Yeah.
And
and our prize was not enough to be attractive as some of them,
some of those down on the Wasatch Front, they have hundreds of thousands of dollars for prize money,
Oh,
and
geez.
we couldn't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We need to look at that though. I mean, I
But that
totally
was a
agree.
good activity. Holy cow,
It was.
they packed them in, and it was a fun deal.
Yeah.
But they just started, the people just dropped off of being able to bring in cars.
The reports do go out about the 20th, so the 20th of November, you'll know what September was, and that might help you also determine what to do with that amount of money.
Okay.
So have you give away what you think you're gonna have in there, or are we gonna have more to give away?
Oh, you're gonna have more.
You've given away what we have.
Yeah, right.
Assigned out.
Assigned out, you're only 146,000 left to get to this number right here. So this, yeah, I'm sure you'll get it next month and then more.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't understand what you meant when you said the difference was.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. As of August, this is the total amount, right down here. So the total amount right now is 1,169,246. The total amount of the grants that came in were 1,131,000. So you've already met that amount, but then the board added in for sanitation and the sheriff's department, which brought it up to the 13. So you're only the 146.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, well, when that next report comes in, we'll be right in the middle of our budget, so we'll know exactly where we're at, so.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's awesome. Thanks, Lauren. Appreciate you sharing that for her. And
Thanks for
you do a
bringing
good
this
job,
in.
Tami.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so, do you have like a dinner or anything for your tab board?
For what?
For your tab board? Do you have like a little dinner or get together or anything to reward them for serving?
No, they
and-
don't like me. I do certificates.
You
Can we take
what?
them out to dinner?
You mean the
This TRT board?
committee?
Yeah.
That'd be a good idea.
Yeah. What do you think you're worth? A lot.
Hot dog and a Coke,
So,
maybe?
I don't know what the Rich County one. We haven't, like, for the fairgrounds and
Yeah,
stuff,
you-
that's one we haven't used.
Okay. You guys were gonna do new lighting or something?
Yes, and we got some bids for it.
Okay.
But it's probably not gonna be done this year, or is it? Is there a chance that it could be?
You got 3 weeks.
I don't know. We'll talk to them and see where they're at.
And then
We've
just,
had them come and we did a walk around and all this, but then I guess the ball was bounced dead in our court. Should've got it lined up. And then I was gonna get a new sound system too.
And if we don't use it, we'll just roll it over. So it'll be, either way.
I know, I hate them too, but we'll put it in the right,
You haven't got to worry
right
about
spot.
Yes, I
it.
don't.
You just haven't got to worry about it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
guys.
See ya.
Thank you.
All right. Well, let's adjourn for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock for our audit.
That's fun. Time for you to leave, we're learning.
See, you've got them taught.
Okay, we're ready for you, I think. Come on up. We'll convene our commission meeting back to order from our lunch break, and first item of business will be our audit from Keddington and Christensen. So if you'd identify your name, sir, for the financial, or for the electronic record.
Marcus Arbuckle with Keddington and Christensen,
Thanks.
and I'd like to thank the commissioners for the opportunity to provide the financial statement audit. There's several things we need to go over with governance. We consider the commissioners to be governance of the county, and part of commissioners' responsibility is to oversee the financial reporting process, where management is responsible for the financial statements, and an audit does not relieve governance or management of those responsibilities. And so as auditors, we plan and perform an audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards and government auditing standards. And we plan these audits to gain reasonable assurance that the financial statements are free of material misstatement. And in our opinion, we've given the county an unmodified opinion, so it's a clean opinion. We feel the financial statements are accurate. There's a couple other reports that we issue with the financial statements, and the first is a report on internal controls. Probably a couple pages before the printout, but with
There's your email, we get to it. Sorry.
oh no, you're good. Yeah, have that up. That's all right.
I'd like to get it pulled up so I can follow along.
Yeah,
That's not it.
the actual opinion is on, and I know on this copy there's a couple, it's page 3, the page number
We should come up here.
didn't show up on that one, so on the final one that we print off, I'll get that page number on there, but the opinion's on page 3, 4, and 5, that goes over the audit and the opinion and what that's on. Because the opinion, it's on the basic financial section, which includes the financial statements and the footnotes, and there's other schedules.
There's a draft. You hit that.
There it is.
Thanks.
Okay.
Whoops, sorry. So you can get rid of that.
All right, so there's the opinion, and then there's a couple additional reports. And the first report is a report on internal controls. Though we don't issue an opinion on the internal controls for this type of audit, but we do review the internal controls that are directly related to the financial reporting process, and then we make recommendations as needed. The internal controls that we looked at are related to the financial close and reporting process, the cash disbursement process, the cash receipting process, and then the payroll process. We do have a couple of recommendations that I can get to at the end. But the third report that we have with this audit is a report on state compliance. The state auditor's office, for every audit, every governmental audit done in the state of Utah, we're required to go through and test areas of state compliance. And this year, and they change, there's new ones, they change a little bit each year. But the areas we looked in this year was budgetary compliance, looked at justice court compliance, looked at the fraud risk assessment, cash management, the Open and Public Meetings Act, fund balance, looked at restricted taxes, government fees, and then the enterprise fund compliance. I mean, most of the areas were just fine. There are a few findings to go over. And I'll just start at the top, but the first is more a internal control type finding with the financial close process. I mean, we didn't start the audit till July. I mean, so, you know, the calendar year ends December 31st. The audits are due by July 30th. And just to close the process, you know, the closing process needs to be a little quicker. I mean, we got the numbers sometime in July to start the audit. It should be closer to April, May timeframe when we come in and do the audit. I mean, it is an improvement over last year. I mean, we're here 3 months earlier, so it's improving, but we want to get that closed out a little quicker, and then it'll give kind of more time to review things and make sure things are in order. I mean, there were several
But
adjustments.
how do we do that? Is that Mike?
That's Mike, yeah, I mean,
Because all my stuff's done.
right,
He could start on it
right.
in the middle of
And-
January when I close out the year.
And that's true, yeah. It's Mike's job to reconcile the accounts and get it all ready. And so yeah, it's something we have to talk to Mike about to see,
And I know
about moving that
he
up.
does taxes, so that's his busy season, January, February, March.
Right,
So I don't know the answer, but.
so,
we
yeah,
gotta
so
figure it out.
I can call Mike and we can talk about that, but it's really is out of your control. It's kind of his side, his deal. To get, cause that's what he's hired to do, is to reconcile that year end and get everything ready. And so I'll talk to Mike and see. I mean, it is 3 months earlier than last year, so there has been improvement. Kind of the next one is just it's related to just kind of improving the internal controls a little bit on the cash receipting process. Not necessarily, just, because how you want your internal controls designed is so that the people that handle the cash are different than people that are reconciling it. And on occasion, you know, part of how it works is the treasurer handles the cash a lot of times and puts the deposit together and does the bank reconciliation. And I know sometimes it's hard to separate everything in smaller places, but it's better if somebody, you know, whoever's doing the bank reconciliation doesn't have access to the cash, you know, so it'd be better if someone else could handle the cash than someone's doing the bank rec. It's just, I'm not saying we found any instances of issues or fraud or anything like that. I'm just saying to have good checks and balances and internal controls, it's better to separate those responsibilities.
So do other towns or counties, do they typically have different offices do it, or different employees?
Just different employees
in the
would be
same
fine.
office?
Yeah.
So do you have people bring cash into your office?
And I mean, when I say cash, I mean checks as well.
Oh.
Checks,
I mean, we get
It's-
very few actual cash deposits, but,
yeah.
But checks
cash
are-
checks are what I'm,
Okay.
right.
but that's our issue, is there's only two of us.
Right.
Yeah.
If it's a day she's not there, I have to receive it, so.
Right, and I mean, what other places will do to get around that is or to have, not get around it, but to have other kind of checks and balances, is they'll have someone else open the mail and make a list of the checks or make copies of the checks, and then once the deposit's done, that person that opened the mail will go back and double check that there's nothing missing in there. And so there's different ways you can get around it, but it's just, and it's for protection of the treasurer too, because she doesn't want to be accused of anything. And you know, if there's somebody else signing off on it, say, yeah, I did this part, she did this part, we reviewed it, and it's a check and balance to protect employees as well. And I know it is more of a challenge at a small town. I mean, we help about 7 cities and districts in Sanpete County, and so they have a lot of the same challenges where it's a small area, and so sometimes have to do different things to have those checks and balances. So just a recommendation, and we can talk more on better ways, to improve the controls there. So those are the only two findings related to kind of internal controls, just a couple of recommendations. The next few are related to state compliance items, and I mean, some of these are the same as last year, where, I mean, last year we presented the audit after 2021 was over, so it's kind of hard to correct all of those. But the big one, I mean, 3 of them are based on the Open and Public Meetings Act, and the first is there's a annual required training that needs to be done every year for the commissioners, and then there's a certificate that needs to be kept on file, and we're just missing some certificates for the 2021 training. And so just a training, I think it's only 20 or 30 minutes. It's training that just needs to be done every year, and print out the certificates and keep those.
Is that, what do you call that? Is that the
Open and Public Meetings Act training.
Is that the same as what we did at Bear Lake Regional? That was fraud risk.
Yeah,
I
there
don't know.
there's several
So that'd be
different trainings.
That'd be different.
But yeah, and then you just save the certificates, and then, cause that's what we go off and say, okay, send me the certificates for, 2021, and we're able to track those down. Another item on the Open and Public Meetings Act is in the agenda. Well, on August 11th, we found 3 kind of actions that were made, but those 3 items weren't on the agenda. And so if an action is going to be made, then, it needs to be on the agenda. And that's in that training on the Open and Public Meetings
And
Act.
I've done better on that because,
Okay.
like you said, now we're a year behind.
Right,
But like today, they made a motion before our meeting started to add an agenda item to one.
Mhm.
So you wouldn't be aware of that, but is that acceptable or not really?
I think it needs to be on the agenda beforehand so the public have notice to, see what's going on the agenda so they can decide if they want to come or not. So it'd be, you kind of need that beforehand.
And I've started to tell people they can't be on unless, it's been on, but
Right.
this gentleman was already meeting on one budget item and we added him in the open meeting, but if it's not on the agenda, I'll put it in. Okay.
Okay. The next kind of item on the Open and Public Meetings Act is kind of ticky-tacky, but that same meeting on August 11th, I mean, there was a closed session, but it needs to state the location of the closed meeting and a roll call vote, and that needs to be in the minutes. And it wasn't in the minutes for that August 11th meeting. I mean, we're only looking at a couple meetings when we do our testing, and August 11th was one of them.
What was that?
Bad day.
Okay, so I'm supposed to put on there, even though at the top of the minutes it says the meeting was held in Rich County Courthouse, I need to
Yeah.
say it again?
I mean, even for the closed session, where the closed session is gonna be, and then have a roll call vote, and have that roll call vote in the minutes, documented in the minutes.
That's only on closed sessions.
Yeah.
Okay, where the meeting was and roll call vote.
Yep.
Okay.
And so, it's pretty specific. I mean, it's nothing I come up with, but it's just all in the Open and Public Meetings Act. And the next one, I believe this was done in 22, but it's the fraud risk assessment. I believe the county is familiar with that form now, that you score yourself, and then it's presented to the commissioners, and it's signed off, and then it's submitted to the state auditor's office.
And I'll have to get with the commissioners and we'll complete that, because last time we did, they still said they would release our funds until that's done, so we'll get on that.
Okay, okay, and if you need help with that, let me know, or have any questions. I mean,
Okay.
there's, it's about a lot of internal controls in there. It's a lot of policies. Does the county have this policy or that policy? I mean, it's just a big checklist, and you score yourself, and it doesn't matter what the score is as long as you submit it and try to improve. I mean. And then for the fair board, there just wasn't a budget adopted. I mean, so every fund, I mean, there should be a budget that's adopted for that fund. I think there's about 49,000 spent in 21, but just have that part of your original budget adoption. And then there's the last one's it's a new one. It's government fees. So what the state auditor's office wants to see is a fee schedule that shows, okay, here's all the fees we charge, and then they want, they want the fees to be calculated based on some reasonable methodology. So,
Would this include like applications for short-term rentals and things like that?
yeah,
Okay.
yes, things like that. And so you'd want to go through all the fees that the county's charging, put together a fee schedule, and then make sure, kind of evaluate the fees so you know, well, why are we charging this fee? I mean, does it take 2 hours for an inspector to do this? And so that's why it's based on that. So just so it's based on, a reasonable calculation is what they want to see.
And I think that'll be a good one. I mean, every office has fees,
Yeah,
but then that way we could have one document.
right.
It's just gonna be putting it together.
Yeah, one document, and then, I mean, it's a good idea to look at it every year and see, if there are changes that need to be made or that. But once you set it up, you don't want to bring it to the commissioners and have them approve it and that. But that's kind of a new thing for 2021 that they had us look at. But are there any questions about any of these findings, recommendations? As far as the rest of the audit, I mean, we don't have any uncorrected misstatements. We didn't have any disagreements with management. We take fraud procedures very seriously. I mean, we do journal entry scans, we talk to employees, we do journal entry tests, and we didn't find any instance of fraud. I mean, we feel that day-to-day operations, I mean, they do a good job. And that's really about it as far as the audit. But any other questions or?
Yeah, I was just looking through this here and see if
I mean, so the Open and Public Meetings Act, I mean, it's kind of made up most of the issues, and they're just kind of some small little things, so it's not a.
So, one of them is, several material adjustments to accounting records were identified to bring them into compliance with general accepted accounting standards.
Right.
What are you referring to there?
Just, we got the trial balance, we got the numbers, and then kind of in the audit, going through, the different areas, cash, accounts receivable, accounts payable, fixed assets, found that they weren't accurate. So we have to go back and say, well, what about this or that? And so we worked through it with Mike, but there's still at least 20 or so audit adjustments to get the financials to where they needed to be. And so that's what, I mean, so what really needs, I mean, he needs to reconcile quicker and then go through and double check everything before you know, so it's ready for the audit. So there's 20 or so audit entries to get the books to where they need to be.
Well, your recommendation here is that the county implement policies or procedures to ensure the county records are prepared in
Right.
accordance. So what policies and procedures are you?
Well, to tighten up the year end, I mean, and it's a lot with Mike because he's hired to do that, and so it would be like earlier in the year, he needs to get the records, you know, get the numbers going, get things reconciled, make sure he has proper backup. You know, a lot of places will have a big checklist where they, you know, put it on a spreadsheet and say, this is what we need for cash and this is how we're gonna double check it, this is what we need for accounts receivable, and there's a big checklist. And so he's just going through, making sure he has all the information he needs, and then, so it's kind of just putting together a process to reconcile the year end a little better. And to do it on a more timely, you know, have that reconciled a little earlier.
Well, I guess I'm wondering how a policy is gonna make Mike move
It's
faster.
more a checklist. I mean, if he has a checklist, then he can know what needs to be done and get it done. I mean, because there were several things that were missed with all the audit adjustments needed. You know, he knows what it needs to be, and so if has a checklist to tell him, okay, I got to do this and this, and then it'll hopefully there shouldn't be as many audit adjustments.
Okay.
I mean, so it's, yeah.
If you ever build a fire under somebody, get him going on something.
Okay, so you went over the findings. What else did you want to talk about?
I mean, really, we went over the opinion, so the opinion, it's on the financial statements and the footnotes. We feel that as they are presented, that they are accurate based on the audit. The MD&A, it's not audited, but we do review the schedules with the financials to make sure they match up. There's other supplemental schedules there that's not part of the opinion, but they just enhance the report and provide a little more information, but we do make sure that they are lined up with the other financial statements. So that's the audit. And then there's the internal control findings and the state compliance issues, but I mean, overall, the big issue is just getting things reconciled sooner and a double check to make sure that the books are ready to go. And it's not really, it's kind of out of Becky's hands. I mean, because the day-to-day operations seem to be doing well. I mean, the day-to-day things are good. It's just the year-end reconciliation to get everything reconciled and in compliance with government standards. I mean, there is a lot to do at the end of the year to get the books ready. So it's not simple. I mean, there's a lot going on at every governmental entity. I mean, government accounting's pretty complicated with all the different ways
And
you have to
getting
account
worse.
for the things. Yeah.
More, not worse, but
I
more,
mean, yeah,
more and
there's-
more all the time.
there's
It's like
more
with the fee
standards.
schedule and the,
Yeah.
yeah,
There's more requirements every year, there's more
Yes.
state compliance requirements. I mean, the new thing with government accounting is this GASB 87 now, and
well, that's right,
it's
that
all
comes in
your
in twenty
leases.
twenty-three.
Yeah, well, it's actually for 2022.
Yeah, that's what I meant,
So-
when you audit, yeah.
What's that's gonna do is any lease that the county has, whether they're the lessee or the lessor, we have to evaluate all the leases. And in the past, they would have operating leases versus capital leases. And operating leases, you just expense them as you pay them, no big deal. Capital leases, you put them on your books as a capital asset. But now they're getting away from those, and they're combining them into one type of lease where we have to calculate the the asset value, a right of use asset, you calculate it based on the present value of the payments made over the term of the lease. And so you have to record a right of use asset and a lease liability for any lease. I mean, there's a few exceptions. I mean, I don't know how much you want me to get into it, but there's, you know, if both parties can terminate the lease at any time, we don't have to call that a lease. It doesn't matter under GASB 87. And if it's clearly not market value, then we don't have to count it either, because sometimes governments will offer a cell tower or something for $10 a year or something, and that's not fair market value, so we don't have to worry about those kind of leases. But we have to evaluate every lease and see if it needs to be put on the books. And so that's the next one coming up. I mean, the one after that is about intangible assets, software, and ways they want to handle that a little different. So it's always changing. There's a lot to keep up on.
So do you consider the lease on our copy machine something that you?
We'd have to run the numbers and do it, but if we run the present value calculation and it's clearly immaterial, I mean, we run materiality calculations for each fund and for the county as a whole, and if it's not what we consider material, then it wouldn't need to be on there. But it just depends. But most places, a copy machine lease is not significant that we don't have to put something like that on there. It would be more like if you have any leases on vehicles or equipment or backhoes or properties where a lot of places have buildings that they lease out to other places. So it's more the bigger stuff, but you'd want to evaluate it and see what's out there.
So this year we did lease 3 vehicles,
So that would
that'll be
be,
something that we'll want.
That's the only leases we got other than our copy machines, right?
Right, as far as I can think, because we changed the backhoe, we don't lease.
Right, that's a purchase.
So
Right.
that's something you're.
Okay.
so that's the next thing. But, yeah, so, I mean, really that's everything as far as the audit. I mean, but overall, I mean, there's, like we said, it's 3 months earlier than last year. There's actually maybe a couple less recommendations from last year. So overall, we're headed in the right direction, and as long as there's improvement, we're good, so. Yeah, but thank you, and I mean, if you ever have questions, I mean, give me a call or email or whatever, and I will talk to Mike and see how we can speed this up a little bit for next year.
Yeah.
And counties are probably the hardest ones to get in on time. I mean, I would guess a lot of counties are not right on the June 30th deadline, just because a lot of them have a lot of component units. They're waiting on stuff from other entities. So counties are they're a lot harder to get in than cities and districts. A lot of extra challenges with those. But yeah, if you ever have questions about any of these state compliance things or accounting, just let me know. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So
All right.
we just have to keep this stuff in mind and try and do better on it.
Well, yeah, so, there had to be we've got to,
Because we haven't done, I mean, like LouJean's deal, there's just the 2 of them, so.
right. So
Gotta implement.
how soon do you need an answer to our recommendations for that? Or have we already done that?
I don't need any, I mean, there's comments made, and so what I would just recommend is try to get what you can improve, for as soon as possible. I mean,
So that it's not a repeat finding next year.
right, because these the whole report gets submitted to the state auditor's office. I mean, they look at them, they send a letter out, and then we look at these same things for next year, and just see that, see the improvement that's been made and that. But yeah, just get that open and maybe you've already done it for 2022, but get that training done and get the fraud risk assessment done. If there's any budget amendments that need to be made in 2021, I mean, you have some time to get that budget amended. So almost all of these can be fixed for 2022.
So that open meetings
Yeah,
thing, all three of us need to do that?
Yeah.
yeah,
Or just the chairman?
it's,
No, three.
Mine's on record. I already
John?
did mine.
John did it, I did it, I sent that, but I'm missing you two.
It's like 5 minutes.
Oh, really?
it's a quick training, and then there's a certificate that you just email to Becky and she can keep it on file, or, and
We'll get you on that.
I can
Give me
make,
the link.
I can help you out.
Okay,
yeah, and then, but yeah, let me know if there's any questions on government fees or the fraud risk assessment. Those are,
okay, well, we've got a copy of the audit now, we'll review it and get a hold of you if we have any,
okay,
if we want something clarified, so.
yeah, yep.
Okay, thanks, Marcus.
Thank you.
All right, we have a public hearing at 1:45, so we're gonna be just right on the money here.
Hey guys,
Hi.
how are you?
How was your trip?
It's snowing
Is it?
really heavy in Evanston.
Really?
Yeah.
Is there any on the ground?
Yeah.
Like how much?
About that much.
Oh,
I seen cars come through with snow on them.
Yeah.
I thought maybe you'd come over to Monty.
With my Prius, I had to stop and pull a truck out.
I bet you
Got
did.
stuck.
How come you drive a Prius? Has anybody ever asked you that?
It's a nice little car. It gets 50 miles to the gallon. Reliable.
Okay.
Works for me. I'll let you drive it sometime and you'll,
You don't want a Tesla?
well, I love a Tesla.
We don't pay you enough, I guess.
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
Nope. All right, so I have several items on the agenda. The first,
Identify who you are first.
sure, Ben Willoughby, Rich County Attorney.
Thank you.
First item is the 1:30 public hearing on the control of noxious weeds. Looks like that actually didn't get noticed up. So
We've rescheduled that
We're
for
gonna keep that.
either in December or January.
okay.
Wasn't sure whether you'd want to come up in December.
I can't come in December.
Okay,
I have a
so-
conflict. You can do it
yeah.
without me, or we could do it in January.
We'll wait for January.
Okay.
We want you to make sure that you come up on one of the colder days in January.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So that takes care of that one. And then I think we can start maybe with our 145.
Yeah,
Okay. So this is the public hearing regarding the amendments to our ordinance for residential property tax exemptions. We talked about this at our meeting. Let's see. We had talked about this at our meeting last month, and you all reviewed the proposed amendment. Here is a copy of the proposal. John. So this amendment is to our 2002 ordinance regarding the procedure for requesting a residential property tax exemption. Should we go through it again?
I don't know that we need to. We went through it, and you didn't make any changes from our last,
No
Draft.
changes. This one's pretty straightforward. I think at the last meeting, we opted to not require a fee,
right?
and so I removed the fee. Other than that, it's the same as what we looked at last month.
Okay. It's 1:45, so I will open up.
Sorry, is there anybody on there that wants to make a comment?
Well, we got to open public hearing
Oh, I
first.
thought it was already.
Not yet. He's just been. So our 1:30 item is a public hearing on the ordinance regarding residential personal property and exemptions for primary residents. And the public hearing is now open for any public comment, either online or in the audience.
There's 6 people watching, but I don't think anyone's gonna comment.
Okay. So here's a copy.
So we see no indication online or in the audience, so we will close the public hearing and take action on this ordinance.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we make you sign the amendment to the Rich County ordinance regarding residential property tax exemption for primary residences.
And that'll be ordinance 22-7.
I second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt the ordinance for personal property tax exemptions. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, voting was unanimous.
Becky was at 22.7.
Yes.
I think you were at
22-7.
23.7.
I'm glad you heard that. Are you sure you didn't say 22?
And then Becky, if you can email me or send me with a copy of that enacted ordinance so I can put it in my files.
All right, so talk to us about our memorandum of an understanding for assisting in collecting of our outstanding bills.
Okay, so, has Becky talked to any of you about this yet? No? Okay, I'll start from scratch. Okay, so we have a number of outstanding debts that usually come from the ambulance service.
Mm-hmm.
These are medical bills. There hasn't been a real good way to go about collecting them. The traditional route is you file a complaint, you get it served, you go to court, you have a judge determine the debt, and you get a default judgment, and then there's a complex procedure of steps to move towards a garnishment, which has not been very appetizing for these debts. There is a program that UAC has put in place. It's UAC combined with the National Association of Counties, and the program is called the Utah Tax Refund Exchange and Compliance System. So they call it UTREX for short. Let's see here. So this is what UAC has to say about it. UTREX and the Utah Tax Refund Exchange and Compliance System is a program created by the National Association of Counties and administered by UAC as a benefit to your county for no additional cost. This program allows local government agencies to compile and submit their delinquencies for offset against pending state personal income tax refunds. It reduces staff time needed to match debtors with social security numbers and format debt data to meet state requirements, and ensures that citizens are afforded appropriate due process through the existing state debtor notification requirements. Requires only a local collection fee of $25, which is assessed to the debtor. I talked with the program coordinator, and she said they're working to even eliminate the $25 fee. This program was announced by UAC about a year ago, and Becky's had a few meetings with them by phone. I had a meeting with the division representative last week. She indicates that it's open to every level of government, including special service districts, that currently about 5 counties in Utah are enrolled, and many cities. She said it's her 3rd year in Utah, and it's a partnership with the Utah Department of Finance. So basically, if the commission enacts the 2 memorandums of understanding necessary to enroll, that's all that's required, and then Becky, as the clerk, can get set up with some a computer program that they use, and then we can just certify these debts to them directly, and then they take them all the way to garnishment of state tax refunds. And so it's an incredibly quick way for Rich County to resolve these outstanding ambulance bills. And the cost to the county is nothing, because it's $25 assessed to the debtor.
Right.
So, do you all have any questions about?
Would there be any reason for us not to do it that you can think of?
I talked to her on the phone. It's a woman named Spencer Bridgers. She is the Tax Refund Exchange and Compliance System Director for the NAC, and it doesn't seem, I couldn't see any real drawbacks to at least try it.
Yeah. So
they're having a lot of success. They have been having success for 3 years. It looks like here's the counties that are enrolled in it. What is that? San Juan? This one is.
No, that's Kane.
I think that's Kane.
No, Kane. No,
That's
that's
San
San
Juan.
Juan.
What's this
San
one?
Juan, and that's Beaver, and no, that's Milford, and that's Duchesne.
Duchesne. That
And
looks
then,
like.
and then Davis and let's see, I think Davis and Box Elder is, and Cash is.
Yeah. And then she said that there were many more cities involved that have been using it. I couldn't really find any downsides that were apparent.
So
Basic.
you probably don't know the answer to this, but if multiple towns are doing it and
Mhm.
this person, the debtor owes multiple people, what's the
Yeah,
cost?
so it's very common to have more than one debtor trying to garnish something, and there's a kind of a hierarchy of who gets what. It depends on who's asking and the order it gets there. Garnishments last for a year, and then you have to get out of place, and another garnishee comes in. So that would all be handled by them.
Okay.
It would be more, the way it's explained to me is once we get set up, Becky as the clerk would be kind of our local program administrator who packages the paperwork they need for each debt, sends it to the program, and then they handle it on their system and send out notification to the debtor that that debt has been certified and that they're facing garnishment, and either the person calls up and pays to avoid garnishment, or it has a chance to be taken out of their state tax refunds. So,
So what triggers it to go to them?
So to be eligible, the debt has to be owed to a local unit of government or a special service district. It has to be 90 days in arrears, And then, my understanding is that at that point, it would be eligible for
So
our
she-
administrator to send off to the program.
So if somebody came in and wanted to make payments, they wouldn't, Becky wouldn't trigger that and send them off.
Right.
We probably need some policy.
If somebody,
I mean, if they're gonna be 90 days behind, and they finally get nervous enough that they see that we're going,
Well, we could set a policy that you'd have to be 12 months behind before it actually went. That, we control that. It has to be 90 days for them to do it, but we control
yeah,
how, when,
So would we work with JCI billing? Would JCI, or would they just send back things that they aren't
JCI sends us,
return, like things they can't collect on?
right,
Okay.
yeah, we have a list from them that they have been unable to collect, and there's dates there of,
and Becky, how many do you think we have right now for these
Well,
ambulance
how
bills?
far back can you go? Is there a,
Statute of limitations on a non-written debt is 4 years,
I'd say we have at least 20.
20.
if we can go 4 years, or
Yeah.
5.
So, they're
Kim
reporting.
has a comment. Kim, she's with the ambulance.
Question.
Oh, hey,
Hi, does it count for other counties or other states? Like if we have somebody that passes through and has a car accident and we take care of them and transport them and then, so would it go through other states as well, where it's with the National Association of Counties? Or
So
is
this
it
is-
just in Utah?
This
yeah,
is
UTREX
just
is just a
Utah.
Utah
Just
program,
Yeah.
and so,
That's all, I just need to clarify, I just
um,
want to clarify that.
Each, they can do it, there's lots of other states that are doing it, but you can only do it within your own, for your state income tax.
yeah,
And that's only if your county or your state has state income tax. There's quite a few states that don't even have state income tax, so,
Thank you.
yeah.
so, anyway, it seems like a good option. It seems way better than the traditional option of going to court, which is just abrasive and cost prohibitive. So,
generally don't come to pass.
and then you end up with a judgment, and then to collect a judgment
We
to
still
get to
have
garnishment
everybody.
is an incredible process. So, seems to me that it's something that the county should probably look at beginning and just see how it goes.
Yeah.
Let's see, here's, I printed off some.
I'll make a motion that we,
Well, aren't we in a public hearing?
We went out of the public hearing.
Oh, well, that was for the other.
I'll make a
Well,
motion.
We
that
actually have to, this is, no, we don't have to have a public hearing for this.
Oh.
This is, no. This is not an ordinance. This is just enter into a contract.
Are you guys good if I make a motion?
Yeah.
You wanna do it?
I'm
Yeah.
good.
So let me show you first the two documents that we need. Okay, so first, we have there's two MOUs. One is directly with the Department of Finance, and then one is with the Utah Association of Counties and with the National Association of Counties. So,
Can one motion cover both of them, or do we need two motions?
I have one resolution
Oh.
that covers both.
Okay.
Let me just show you these first. So this is one resolution, or one MOU. I read through it, everything looks standard, I didn't see any issues. Here's the other one.
And this is just their
Yeah.
cookie cutter version that they
Mhm.
send out.
That all the other counties have used.
Okay, so we need a resolution then to,
Yes, so I have a resolution here that just states, it's a resolution authorizing the signing of the memoranda of understandings with the State Department of Finance and the Utah Association of Counties to enroll Rich County in the UTREX debt collection service they provide. It says, whereas the Utah Tax Refund Exchange and Compliance System is a program created by the NAC and administered by UAC in conjunction with the State Department of Finance, and whereas Rich County is eligible to participate, and whereas UTREX program provides an economical and fair way to collect outstanding bills owed to the county, whereas enrolling in the UTREX program is in the best interest of Rich County, now therefore the Rich County Board of Commissioners authorizes the chairman to sign the necessary MOUs to enroll Rich County in the program and authorizes the county clerk to begin referring outstanding bills to UTREX as appropriate. And so I only have one copy of that, but there
Okay,
you are.
I will make a motion. I'll make a motion that we accept this resolution authorizing the signing of the memorandum of understandings with the State Department of Finance and Utah Association of Counties to enroll Rich County in the UTREX debt collection service they provide.
Second.
okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. Okay, motion to pass the resolution is,
Some awesome thing.
And I finally have Becky off my back.
Hey, now, I only asked you about that once.
She's been hounding me about this for,
One time.
she showed up at my house one night.
Yeah.
It was really,
She's been stalking you?
really threatening.
Ben, are you giving me a bad time like these guys now? I don't know a resolution number. I'm only on ordinance numbers. Resolution numbers I'm behind on.
So will you, Becky, get copies of all three of those documents to
Her.
Spencer Bridges?
Spencer.
And then once you get her those documents, you'll probably want to give her a call so she can walk you through the software setup.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll be interesting, so see how that works for us.
Could be great.
Yeah. Can't be. I
Doesn't
mean, it's
cost
not-
any money, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
all right, go, let's get on with your polluted water.
All right. Man, this is Becky too. Okay, so here's, is this one a copy?
Yes. And it's signed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she
Are
gave
we getting copies of those other ones too?
Yes.
Okay. Next one, we have three ordinances I wanted to go through that I'm proposing to amend or replace. So the first one is, let's see, are we on pollution of waters? We are. Okay, so this is the one that we discussed last month. Rich County has an ordinance protecting waters. The ordinance is from 1969 and was totally supplanted by existing state law, which covers the exact same ground. The decision that we made last month was that rather than repeal it, that we wanted just to bring it into compliance with existing law. And so I took a stab at that. So we can talk about it today, and then if you all agree, we would set it on for a public hearing next time we're together. So, just to review, since 1969, Utah state law has taken over the whole area. And so what this ordinance does, we'll just walk through it together. It defines pollution, uses the same pollution definition that the Utah, what act is that? The Water Quality Act uses. It defines waters, and again uses the same definition the Utah Water Quality Act uses. It does not include, waters is basically everything you can think of, but does not include water confined to and retained within the limits of private property, so long as it does not develop into or constitute a nuisance, a public health hazard, or a menace to fish or wildlife. Section 2 prohibits pollution, except as specifically authorized by the Utah Water Quality Act. It is unlawful for any person to discharge a pollution into waters or to cause pollution which constitutes a menace to public health or welfare, or is harmful to fish, wildlife, or aquatic life, or impairs domestic, agricultural, industrial, recreational, or other beneficial uses of water. Subsection 2, it is also unlawful to place or cause to be placed any waste in a location where there's a probable cause to believe it will cause pollution of waters. That includes water even on private property that there's probable cause would leach or maybe access other waters. Section 3, this declares, in addition to criminal penalties contained in the Utah Water Quality Act, and remember those were from a second-degree felony down to a Class A misdemeanor. So in addition to those, any violation of this ordinance is declared by this commission to be a public nuisance for which the county may seek injunctive relief in court. That would streamline things if you do have to go to court for something. Section 4 gives some authority to the local health department, which frankly they already have through their own statutes, but the local health department may enter into and exercise physical control over property as necessary for the protection of public health. The local health department may enter onto private property to abate sources of pollution affecting waters, or where there's probable cause that pollution of waters may occur without abatement. A nuisance under this ordinance is considered to be an emergency. As provided by state law, the local health department may bill the owner or other person in charge of the premises upon which a nuisance occurs for the cost of abatement. And then this repeals the 1969 ordinance and replaces it with this. So really, in a nutshell, what it does is it summarizes the state code that are applicable, and it declares that water pollution is a public nuisance, which I think might be important if it ever comes to that.
Okay, so this brings us into compliance with state.
Yep. This would be a great little ordinance to have. Any questions about it?
Okay, if we're comfortable with it, somebody wanna make a motion that we put it on the January 4th agenda for a public hearing?
So move.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Place the pollution of any waters for a public hearing on our January 4th commission meeting. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right.
So this isn't any stronger language or anything than what the state already has in place?
No.
No.
It's maybe the only thing it does that's different is the nuisance language, but this was one that, remember, we probably would have been okay to just repeal, but having this ordinance is good. Okay.
All right. Have you got an ordinance about our, regarding our beer and licensing regulation?
Yes, I do. All right. So this is a new one. Again, just going through. I think we're down to 6 left.
I swear you've said 6 every meeting. We've had 6 left.
Check the
since-
minutes. That can't be true. This time I mean it. 6 left. All right. Let me just gather my thoughts here. So our county has an ordinance in place, which is called the Beer Licensing and Regulation Ordinance, which is this document here. The ordinance was enacted in 1982. What the ordinance does, It defines beer. It requires a local license to sell beer. It comes up with it requires an application that is made to the county commission for anyone who is in the business of selling beer. It defines defines the license into Class A, Class B, and Class C. Class A is a place of business where beer is sold in original containers to be consumed off premises. So think like a 7-Eleven or a grocery store. Class B outlet is a bona fide restaurant where beer is sold in original containers for consumption on the premise, so long as beer is less than 40% of the gross dollar volume of the business. So it's mostly a restaurant.
Yeah, not a bar.
Yeah, you're thinking like a,
Has to remain in the container.
yeah, like maybe
Pizza
one of our
place
pizza
or
places or something.
Yeah.
Cody's.
And then there's a Class C, which is just a bar, which is, so our ordinance sets out the application process, which in a nutshell is that they give a written application to the court clerk, who refers it to the sheriff. The sheriff does an investigation into how near it is to churches and to schools, kind of the moral character and criminal histories of the people who would be administering the alcohol license, and if the place, if it's a renewal, how it's been being operated, if it's been peacefully being administered. It makes a report back to the commission. It also gets referred to the health department, who does an inspection of the premises, gives a report back to the commission. It allows, license fee of $250. This is an annual license that has to be renewed every single year. And then there's a short-term license from 0 to 90 days, which costs $90, maybe for an event or something. All licenses, unless they expire sooner, like I said, it's a 1-year license. The commission can revoke or suspend licenses for any violations. Declares that any business being operated in violation of alcohol laws is a nuisance. It makes violation a Class C misdemeanor. Prohibits providing beer to minors. It sets hours of sale. Our current ordinance says beer could not be sold between 1 a.m. and 7 a.m. Those hours, state statute actually says 1 a.m. and 10 a.m. So state is more strict than ours. It allows the sheriff to have periodic inspection of the premises to ensure compliance. And that's it. So I guess the first item to discuss is, has that been happening? Are we handing out annual alcohol licenses?
No.
I didn't think
Rich
so.
County doesn't have a beer license right now.
We don't have anyone who holds a beer license?
Correct.
Okay.
So I have to fill out a form every year to the state, and Rich County doesn't have one. I mean, there's plenty of them in the county, but they're all within the city limits.
Within the towns and
Town
cities?
limits,
Okay,
yes.
that might be why. Okay, so, this might all be moot then. But still, there's some issues with this that I think are worth fixing. So, let me show you a proposal.
I was good with everything you read on that. What are you thinking that's?
Let me show you. So before you start reading this, let me just kind of give you a real fast primer on some of the relevant state law. Utah has a lot of statutes on this. If you print out all of the statutes on alcohol, it's over 300 pages. And that's not one statute per page, that's continuous text, 300 pages, which I went through. I want you guys to all know that, how incredibly boring that is. Let me just summarize some of the key that we're working in. The main,
I bet you did a lot of speed reading though.
I did some skipping, that's true. Title 11 says that each local authority granting licenses under this chapter may adopt ordinances making it unlawful to operate such establishments without being licensed. So whether the county acts or not, the Utah Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control, they require licenses. So if the county didn't have any ordinance, the state would still license.
Right.
But the statute allows local governments to require a second license. And so it's like two levels of control, state and then local control. The statutes also say, this is Title 32B, which is the alcohol title. If this title expressly addresses an issue related to alcoholic product control in the state, a local authority may not regulate in relation to that issue except when a local authority is expressly granted regulatory authority to regulate the issue by this title. So basically, a local authority only has the ability to legislate given to it by state code. And the only place I can find in state code is that we can require local licenses from the county. And towns can do the same thing if they've chosen to do it. Let's see. So let me just kind of go through the draft that I gave each of you. We'll skip the whereases and just jump to section 1, the definitions. The first proposal, I can't find any reason why our ordinance only addresses beer. And maybe that was something unique to statutes back in 1982. The current statutes allow local authorities to require a license for beer and all other liquor. So there was nothing anymore that's unique to beer. So this defines alcoholic beverage to mean, and the two terms we use in state code are beer and then there's liquor, and those are the two categories. It defines beer. Our definition of beer was too restrictive. I think beer has gotten more alcoholic by statute that's allowed. So this uses the definition of beer that state code uses. It then defines liquor using the same definitions from Utah code. So if you say beer and liquor, it's the whole scope of all alcoholic beverages. Section 2 requires a county license for the sale of alcoholic beverages to be consumed on premise. So that's the next thing is, does the county want to require licensing for, like if a grocery store or a 7-Eleven or something was to open up in unincorporated Rich County? Or do you only care about places where the alcohol is being consumed on premise? Like bars and events.
Do all towns probably have a beer and liquor ordinance, do you think? And if not, if they don't have one, would this cover them or no?
That's a good question.
They all have to have licenses through the state of Utah. And they used to be limited.
Yeah, well, liquor was, beer
Yeah.
wasn't.
Right.
But if Randolph doesn't have an ordinance and we passed one, would that mean the station would have to get a license?
No, I think this would only apply to unincorporated Rich
Unincorporated
County.
area, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if Randolph doesn't have one, they're just operating under state law, operated by the Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control.
I mean, I don't see any reason why we'd have,
So if you wanna put up a liquor store down there at the junction.
yeah, there's still
we
controls
would
through
be
the state.
controlled.
Like, you could have the sheriff come inspect it.
So that's the first decision is you have businesses like grocery stores that sell alcohol to not be consumed on the premises. And then there are events, concerts, bars, things like that, restaurants where the alcohol is being consumed on the premise. So, does the county want to require local license from like a grocery store? They would still have to comply with the State Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control, but do you want local licensing of that as well?
I'm not sure I would, but, special events I could see growing.
So I wrote this up, thinking that, requiring it only for anything where alcohol is intended to be consumed on premise. So events, bars, restaurants, things like that.
So
But-
the golf course has called about, and they would be in the county.
Yeah,
They called about getting a license, but they have never applied for it, so I know there is a
So
little bit
they-
of interest, and that would be,
And they definitely are selling alcohol to be consumed on premise.
yeah.
So they would need a license.
yeah.
They'd need a license. Not only would they need a license, grocery stores and 7-Elevens would need a license under this current statute. But to me, just reading through everything, it kind of seemed like requiring a license from a place that only sells alcohol to be consumed off premise, that the county might be satisfied just with state control over that. It's already highly regulated,
Yeah,
the 300 pages.
but it would be nice, let's say, if there was a golf course or something selling alcohol, we knew that
Mhm.
people were taking it off premise, and they were using that, and to be able to take that license back and stop that.
Yeah, I mean, right now, under this proposal, and since, right now, I guess, we have been requiring a license from the golf course. So, let's put a pin in that for just a minute. So the thought is, don't worry about grocery stores. If a grocery store wants to open and they want to have a beer section, it's not, the neighborhood doesn't go downhill.
Yeah.
Whereas like an event or a bar, a restaurant selling alcohol, there's different concerns there. So this is written up to only require license for on-premise type consumption. Okay, so back to section 2. It's unlawful for any person to engage in the business of the sale of alcoholic beverages to be consumed on premise in Rich County without first obtaining a license therefore. The license shall identify the specific premises covered thereby and shall at all times be conspicuously displayed on the premise for which the license was granted. That's language that just came right out of this statute. 2, a separate license shall be required for each place of sale. That's no change either. 3, any licenses are conditioned on the licensee's compliance with the conditions set for the license and on the licensee's compliance with state law. So all licenses are conditional. 3, and that is new. Before, it wasn't express that that's conditional. 3, an application process. Subpart 1, all applications shall be in writing and filed with the Rich County Clerk, addressed to the Rich County Board of Commissioners. 2, the application shall contain the applicant's name, contact information, and date of birth. If the applicant is a business entity, the applicant must include this information for each member, partner, or officer. 3, the application shall clearly explain the applicant's request and proposal for engaging in the business of the sale of alcoholic beverages to be consumed on premise. 4, the county clerk shall refer all applications to the sheriff for inspection and report. The sheriff shall, within 10 days after receiving the application, make a report to the Board of County Commissioners of the general reputation and character of the persons who habitually frequent such place, the nature and kind of business conducted at such place, or by the applicant at any other place, whether said business is or has been conducted in a lawful, quiet, and orderly manner, the nature and kind of entertainment, if any, at such place, and the proximity of such premises to any school or church. The sheriff shall also add a recommendation as to whether the application should be granted. All of that language comes from our current statute. The county clerk shall refer the application to the health department, which shall inspect all premises to be licensed to assure sanitary compliance with the laws of the state of Utah and ordinances of Rich County and the rules and regulations requiring to providing food and drink. That one came from our current one, but what do you guys think about that? Because you already, if you're selling any food, you have to get a food handler's license. how important is that to the commission? Like if the golf course comes and says, we already have a restaurant, we just wanna have alcohol, just saying, provide a copy of your food handler's permit.
I don't know. I'm not finding much inspiration one way or another, are you guys? Maybe it's the 2:30 o'clock.
I was just, I was still thinking, my mind was still back on the sheriff goes and interviews or talks or whatever, and then you, the commissioners, have to think about the general reputation and character of the persons. Isn't that being a little prejudiced?
So, we can rephrase it, state law requires that you can't get an alcohol license if you are a convicted felon.
Or let's say there's somebody who threw a rock concert down in
Which is,
Kane County or whatever.
yeah,
You know,
I mean,
has a bad reputation.
cause you kind of want someone who's responsible for the license and,
Well, and I agree, and I think it's good, but that seems a little, I don't know. It just seems like something that you can't put on paper nowadays.
yeah, and ultimately it'd be up to the county commission to decide.
But
You
the
know,
attorney,
giving-
if the attorney says we can, I guess we certainly definitely can.
Yeah, I mean that, I don't, having an alcohol license is a real trust from the community. I mean, so many things can go bad. You're trusting them to follow about 1 million different laws, not to serve drunk people, not to serve children.
No one to shut them off.
Yeah, so I
Hmm.
mean,
It's
you're entitled to
interesting.
to consider it. Nobody has a right to an alcohol license,
Hmm.
so. Okay, so application fee, state statute says that it can be up to $300, so I just put 300. Back in 1982, the county had it at $250. So that's just a thought that
That's
you
like
can,
$1,000 of nowadays money.
$250 it is, yeah, much more than the $50.
So there's a fee. So for that $300, how do we justify collecting that $300?
The application takes up time from Becky, the sheriff's office, the county commission, the Department of Health, and I think holding any kind of license where you're selling alcohol to be consumed on premise imposes, some kind of implied cost to the county for
Okay.
DUIs, and I think that one's easy. And where statute says we can do it, I don't think we have to justify it.
According to our auditor, we do.
Maybe for one that's not set by statute. For this one, the legislature set that for us. Okay. Renewal of license. Any license granted under this ordinance shall expire 1 year after it's granted, unless the ordinance was expressly issued for a shorter period of time. A licensee requesting renewal shall file an application with the county clerk in the same manner as applying for an original license. Section,
So that's gonna be a $300 fee per year.
unless, it doesn't have to be. I mean, whatever you
Okay.
guys, it'll be up to 300, whatever you guys say.
Right, I get it.
Section 5, periodic inspection by the sheriff. The sheriff shall be permitted to have access to all premises licensed or applying for a license under this ordinance, and may make periodic inspections of said premises and report his findings to the Board of County Commissioners. Section 6, violation of Section 2 above is declared to be a public nuisance, allowing injunctive relief. Section 7, a license issued under this ordinance may be suspended or revoked for the violation of the terms of the license or the violation of Utah state law governing the sale of alcohol. And then penalty, state law makes violation a Class B misdemeanor. We had ours at a Class C. And so this just matches state law. And then it repeals the prior ordinance and replaces it with this. So, a couple decisions. The biggest decision is, do you even want to require a secondary license to have any local control? 2, if you do you want to get into the grocery store 7-Eleven regulation? And then there's some smaller ones like fees. When they apply, do you need a report from the Board of Health? Or are you satisfied just...
When you say are you wanting to get into the grocery store, 7-Eleven grocery store, are you meaning like the station here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So why do we need to?
No,
We-
if there was a
we don't.
station in the county,
But it's like if you,
Unincorporated.
Well, yeah,
so we're not talking about
in
city,
city limits.
yeah, we're talking about
Okay.
unincorporated,
Like
like
if
down at the
Maverick were to
junction,
open.
like down at the
Yeah,
junction.
like if Maverick opens in the unincorporated county, are you okay to not require regulation of them from the county level to sell alcohol?
since it'll be done through the state anyway.
Immensely through the state. I mean, 350 pages.
Well, if we had one, then we could decide if we wanted it where they're wanting it. If it's next to a church or a school or something, we'd have a little say.
State already sets that up.
Yeah, there's some state regulations about how close
Yeah.
feet. That's all.
That's the thing, I mean, the state, they're literally licensed to death with the state, regardless whether they're in the county or the city or not. I mean, it's just a matter of, do we wanna, one thing about it is if we have, if they have it required, if we have an ordinance that says they have to have a license, we have the ability, if we feel like they're not in compliance, of revoking the license and stopping it.
That's one of the main. If you
Right.
if you had a bar and it started to not be good, instead of just calling the DABC to revoke, the county could revoke.
Yeah.
So, to me, it kind of seemed like there's some benefit to have local regulation of on-premises alcohol consumption, and really not to, for grocery stores and convenience stores where it's not being consumed on premises. And then to me, I left in the Department of Health involvement just because it's in our ordinance.
Right.
But that's also kind of hard to, like the golf course, if they come in for a license.
But they're not serving food, they're just serving, I don't,
So they still, the way this is written, anyone who's selling any alcoholic beverage to be consumed on premises needs a license. Without food, like do they have a little cafe or
I don't think they have anything that requires a
make
food
a hot
handler's
dog or anything?
permit at the
No.
moment.
They got snacks and
Maybe like a
stuff.
convenient, like a,
Yeah, there's no prepared food there.
Okay.
They don't do prepared food.
So, they're probably, if they need a food handler's permit, then they
They
have to
don't.
get a food
They
handler's
don't.
permit.
They wouldn't
So-
for what they're doing, their food's prepared.
So what do you guys think, first off, about having an ordinance requiring a local license for bars and events?
it's probably a good idea with the growth over there,
Okay. What do you think about for grocery stores and convenience stores?
I don't know where it's not consumed on premise and it's controlled through the state anyway. I don't know that, that's something that we really need to require a license for because we're not doing anything.
Okay.
State does the compliance, state does, they're the ones that set it up. I mean, they have to be in compliance with the state to be able to even to purchase it, and for resale, so.
Okay.
and where there's no chance that a minor could drink it, that's my biggest concern.
Well, state does compliance on that all the time.
Yeah,
I
they have to
mean,
take it away to drink it, whereas
Right.
you're talking about being served on premise.
On premise, yeah.
Right.
What do you think about in the application having the health department be involved?
I would say probably not, just because they're gonna do it anyway through this.
The health department will be involved if there's any serving of food, but
Okay.
if it's a container, and they're consuming it on premise, I mean, they've gotta have a liquor license from the state, if they're going to remove it from the container it's purchased in.
Okay. What do you think about, again, you know, subject to public comment and everything, but just for the draft, the fee of $300?
I think we ought to go back to $250 personally.
1969.
Well, we're charging it every year. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it's not a one-time business. I mean, our business license is $50. I mean, that's a pretty steep fee
Okay.
based on what we're gonna do. I mean, again, we're back to the, how do you justify $300? I don't know that it matters one way or the other, but I'm just thinking of, I'm thinking of the golf course. If he's gotta have one up there, and it costs him $300 every year from the county, plus also from the license from the state, he's gonna be in it, and at what point is it like, it's not even worth it to it?
Okay.
I think 250 is fine.
Okay. All right, and then how about if it's for a temporary license under 90 days, like for an event?
What did we have that set out?
150.
Was it 150?
You had it at 90.
Let's
And
put
you
it-
proposed 150?
I just figured it inflation, but it can be whatever you want. What do you propose? This one, I mean, if you have an event where you're serving alcohol on the premise, I mean, that's,
There's a little more
some
compliance
impact to the
with that,
county.
yeah. I
but
think probably 150 would be at least a minimum.
And I would be fine doing the same 250 for like a 90-day permit or 200, because I think there would actually be more enforcement for a temporary event,
Could be
There will
more, right?
Yeah, there will be.
or like a mountain biking race or something like that.
So, right now I have it at 150.
150 is fine.
Okay. I just pull these numbers out of the air for you guys.
Well, let's put it at 150 and see.
150, okay.
We may get some public comment on this.
Yeah. What do you think about having it be a 1-year license renewed each year? That's not required by statute. It's
I
just the way
think-
we've had it.
I think it ought to be, and, we maybe even could make the renewal less,
You could do biannual.
I mean,
I would say-
but I think we need to have a renewal so that we
That's how
can,
you keep-
we can review every year
Sure.
what's going on.
It's just like the short-term rental.
Right.
The renewal gives us all the control that we need to make
case
sure there's no
something
problem and there's
Right.
compliance.
That's exactly right.
But if you made it, do you want to keep it 1 year?
I mean, if it's a situation where we're continually responding to fights and stuff like that, we feel like is a direct result of the alcohol that's there, we have the ability of saying, we're not gonna renew your license until you can guarantee us that this isn't gonna happen, or I mean, I think we need that control for the
Yeah.
sheriff.
So how long do you want to have licenses last before they have to be renewed?
A year.
I think a year,
A year, okay.
yeah, gives us a chance to review every year.
Okay. Is there anything that you'd like to see in there that you're not seeing?
No, I think it's pretty comprehensive. I mean, I think you pretty much get everything in there. I mean,
So
we've got the ability to suspend it at any time for the violation of the terms. And we've got terms in there. Class B misdemeanor is, that's not it's not a felony, so, it could escalate to that, I guess, eventually, but.
It makes it a lot easier to apply. So,
The other
should be
thing
good.
is it gives the sheriff also is permitted to have access to all the premises. I mean, that license gives him that, if he's got some concerns that there's people that are getting alcohol that they
Yeah.
shouldn't. Or there's an event going on, in the top of a building somewhere, and he, needs to go see what's exactly taking place.
Good, okay. So are you, I guess the issue is, are you comfortable putting this on in January for a public hearing?
Yeah, I am.
So John made a motion that we put the beer licensing and regulation on for public hearing in January for January 4th meeting.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Hi.
Okay,
Okay, we'll have that for our public hearing.
great, that was very helpful, thanks for your thoughts. What's the next one?
I think that's the same as this one up here, isn't it?
Utah Tax Refund Exchange and Compliance System.
I think that's the same as this one up here that we just did an ordinance for to,
We have a public hearing that we didn't
where?
do. Did we do the residential property tax exemptions?
Yeah,
We did that.
yeah.
We haven't done the justice court.
We haven't done justice court. Okay.
Well, what I'm
What
saying.
about the 245 one?
Right, so this considering a resolution, we already did that one up here, where the memorandum of state for the Utah Division of Finance, right? We covered those?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so,
Did you get on there twice?
yeah, kinda. It's a little bit different wording, but I think it's the same thing.
Yeah, 2 o'clock and 2:45 are the same.
You
Yeah.
jerks. Oh, I'm
Yeah.
glad those are the same,
Yeah,
Okay.
cause I only got one more in me.
Do you need another stick of gum?
Yep. Here's my seats very low to the ground now.
You're getting lower over there. I can't hardly
Sustain himself on gum alone.
all right.
All right, let me get my paperwork.
Yeah,
fixed.
get your resolution about this one.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, that Bear River area plan there, that's gonna take about an hour by the time we get through that one.
What? Oh, man. Oh, man.
River area health plan approval.
Actually, that's the Bear River Mental Health Area Plan. And that's the one best presented to us. We just didn't have it in front of us, so we've already had it. We just need to approve it, now we have it.
Okay, here it is. All right, so this next one, county operates a justice court. Justice courts are governed by the Utah Administrative Office of the Courts. And they require every 4 years that we reapply to recertify our justice court. So our 4 years is up in January of 2023, so just a routine request to recertify. It requires a resolution. Let's see, it requires a number of things. One is an opinion letter from me, which I have provided here, that it's
Right.
feasible and that we're meeting the requirements. I've done that. From the commission, it requires a resolution requesting recertification. It requires an affidavit from Judge Cook. Has he done that, Becky?
Yes.
He's done that. And then our court security plan? Or there's been no change to our court security plan? Okay.
Decided that.
So when you get the resolution today, you're ready to go
Yes.
and and you have my letter?
I think she is.
I'll bring you a copy of it. Okay, so, basically, this resolution, is verbatim to the one it was 4 years ago. I only changed the dates. All it says is, whereas we operate a justice court, and whereas it's expiring, and whereas you have an opinion letter from me that it's feasible, and whereas the county commission has determined that it's in the best interest of Rich County to continue to provide for a justice court, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners hereby requests the Board of Justice Court judges and the Utah Judicial Council recertify the Rich County Justice Court for another term. And then you reaffirm your willingness to continue to meet all the requirements set forth, providing an appropriate courtroom and things like that for the Justice Court. So unless there's been any change in 4 years, this is really all we need.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion that we accept the resolution recertifying, having our chairman recertify Rich County Justice, seeking to recertify Rich County Justice Court for another 4 years.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to recertify our Justice Court. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, motion was unanimous. Looks like she'll have to attest that we all voted aye, so.
I vote yes.
I voted a yes.
Okay.
Yeah, sign it.
Do I have a resolution number?
No, I don't have resolution numbers, remember? Ordinance.
So Becky, here's the original of my letter.
Okay,
So you'll handle everything else for the application?
yes, yeah, Lisa's got it down, we've got it from when we did it before, everything, so I don't think. we'll
Okay.
have a problem.
Great. Okay. That's all my stuff.
All right.
No, I have one more thing,
Yeah.
It's not
and
on the
I'll come
agenda.
to your house again.
Yeah.
Is it on the agenda?
No, this isn't anything to do, this is just something for him to look at.
Oh,
It's not to
okay.
do an emotion or anything.
Oh, okay.
So remember before, I mean, we've got this in our uniform allowances. We've never had part-time people that worked a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And so, last commission meeting, we discussed this to see if part-time employees that are required to wear uniform allowance. So the commissioner said that up to 50% of the full-time employees' allowance. Maybe could that be added some way so that part-time employees in the sheriff's office get up to 50% or 50% of what? So they are getting $200 a year, full-time employees.
Okay.
But they said maybe don't put an amount because maybe that amount will change and then,
Okay. Is that,
Yeah, we
because
need,
part-time employees still need uniforms.
yeah,
yeah.
and we want to help cover them, but we want to have some control.
Okay, so like,
Half.
Half
What
of
did we
whatever,
talk about?
up to half of whatever the full-time employees are. And
Okay.
and then that allows us to, if that full-time amount changes, that half moves with it.
okay,
What do you think about that?
I can write it up and we'll put it on January's meeting. Yeah, that's fine. It'll just require a new resolution
Right.
to amend this. So we'll take care of that in January.
So do you agree with that? That's,
Well,
I mean, they're required.
It's not up to me to agree with
Oh,
it, but I just
okay.
write it up.
But do you?
Okay.
We want to know if you do.
I kind of like to ask you that question.
Okay. All right, I think that's it for me.
Hey,
So,
so in January, we'll have
I'll be
another
back.
one of these.
Oh, and I was gonna talk to him about your appointment. So
Yeah,
Ben's
so-
term was up this time. No one ran for the office, so it's not on the ballot.
January 1st, I'm out, unless you reappoint. And so, you probably want to put that on December's agenda, and then notice it up for people to apply.
I don't know. I mean, it was already noticed for,
Well, for the appointment, I think
Oh,
you
we
re-put
need
it out
to.
there. Yeah.
just
If
saying that.
nobody run, you have to, no.
The
put
commission
notice.
has to appoint.
Right, but do we have to notice? In the notice that they should have applied and run?
Well, kind of seems like you would put it on the website and up in the
That there's an
courthouse.
opening?
There's an opening,
Yeah,
commission is
so
considering appointment.
when we did ban, it actually went out that Rich County would be appointing an attorney.
It's like a vacancy in office, isn't it?
Yeah, and anybody who was interested in being for the appointment submit a resume. We had some resumes,
Yeah,
if you remember. We had a
Okay.
couple.
I think it would at least go on the website and then you'd post it like you would a public hearing.
Okay. So we
So-
need to do that in December then?
I won't be here in December, but I think it needs to be on because come January, if you're not reappointed, you don't have a county attorney,
Yeah,
which would be,
okay.
okay. All right,
So how does this work? Do I swear Annalisa in on December 31st? And then she has, before, the judges have sworn me in. Judge Wilmore swore me in one time and Judge Judkins swore me in.
let me look at that and see what the actual date is that has to happen, and then once we find the date, you have,
Because then she'll need to swear in these two and.
yeah, let me get back to you on that. Congratulations, by the way. All right, I'll look at that. Call me later and let's talk about that.
Okay.
Okay, but you definitely need to have on the agenda appointment of a county attorney.
Okay.
Okay? All right, thanks, guys.
Good work.
Hang in there.
Yeah, I'm doing okay. Need some towel or something.
Drive safe.
Yeah, thanks, will do. See you in a little bit.
Get all that?
Sam, you don't know how to do that
Don't even
online?
have my wallet, so. Huh?
Oh.
That's what you're supposed to do, is do them online. Don't you know?
She does a
He's-
lot of them
He
online.
saves them for us.
Look at that
Comes in.
stack.
I gotta give him crap once in a while, so I
Holy
gotta
cow.
see him.
She'll only do those if you do them just cash, straight cash.
Holy
I can
cow,
do
he did
that.
save him, 6 of them. More than a poker hand.
What?
More than a poker hand.
Yeah, I was gonna do that, and then I come off and left wallet and checkbook and everything home. With all the stuff that was going on this morning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
As you know.
I was there.
I know, that's why I say as you know.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you said, do you know?
Oh,
And I
no.
was like, yeah, I was there, I know, exactly.
So where was the crash?
Well, the first they told me it was over by the Wyoming line between the two junctions. So I turned and headed that way, and then they were like, wait a minute. Now they're saying it might be a different location. And then pretty soon they come back and said, no, it's by the dump.
That's a dump road.
Oh crap, so then I turned around and went back, and it was, because then they said it was east of the dump. And then they said, no, it's west of the dump. And I was just like, just tell us the dump road, we'll figure it out
Yeah.
from there, you know. And it, you know, it's not hard because there was a whole lot of people there, mostly mine guys. But a lot of them are already on the mine rescue team, so they're already EMT certified in Wyoming.
Oh,
So it was kind of like, oh my gosh, we had, well, Kelly was there, Kelly Weston was there, and then I think she was first on scene, according to what Martin said. But
how is he doing?
he was doing pretty good, alert, oriented, talking.
Good.
He said he woke up and then tried to wake Shane up, but I don't know. He said, you know, I said, did you get knocked out? He said, I think so. But everything's happening. And then he said, I asked him if he remembered anything. He said he didn't think so. But then he'd come back later and he said, you know, I think I remember yelling at him that he's in our, or they're in our lane. And yeah, but I said, you know, how do you tell that with headlights in the dark until they're right close, you know?
So
And-
what time was it?
Well, they set off the page, it was a little after 6.
Oh,
Because the
that
first
early.
thing I did was,
It was
I'm
pitch
thinking,
dark.
yeah, it was dark. Because I was thinking kids. Then I was thinking, nope, too early for kids. Because I looked at the clock and it was like, it's like, nope, too early for kids. I hadn't thought of mine guys. I just was thinking, I don't know
I
who it would
wondered
be,
mine
but
guys, and then I wondered some of the teachers and superintendents.
yeah. I just figured it was too early. I was like, it's too early for kids. And I thought teachers and the same thing. I thought it's a little too early. Not a lot too early, but a little too early, I think, for teachers. Because I know some of them come, but it's usually around 7. I think Mr. Worthman gets up here about 7. A few things, but I didn't know who until I got out down there, and then they said Martin, and I was like, oh crap. And they're like, no, Martin's okay, he's doing okay. And then they said maybe broken arm, and then
they were talking about. They said, no, Shane, the other one's Shane, and I was like, shoot. I just talked to Kathy just not that long ago. And I knew him from search and rescue, and then he's on Garden City Fire. And then Corey, same thing, I knew his son, Corey. And then we went up on Ryder one day up here, so I knew he had Ryder. I was like, oh my word. Any way you look at that, that's a bad deal. No, you're good.
If you hear back from Brian, which he couldn't fix.
Kim Wilson, Rich County Assessor. All right, I have 3 refunds. Okay, let's start with Marie. Marie Martinez she's got a travel trailer, it's a travel trailer that was on her property. It's all covered up with tarps and everything for the winter.
Okay.
So when I was up there, it was all covered up and everything, and so I put him on his real property because I couldn't see that it had a plate or anything like that. So then she called and said that yes, it did have a plate and it was registered. And I don't know if she talked to who she talked to early on, but she had it currently registered, but she goes from October to October. And so when I'm up there, it's been all covered up and I haven't been able to tell. So long story short, she had it registered both this year and last year it's been on both, been double taxing her. So I took it off of this year's taxes, got that fixed, and then I put in for a refund. I think she needed a refund for last year. Before that, it wasn't an issue. But it's that travel trailer, and if my policy is, I pick him up and put him on his real property, or they can keep a current plate on it for travel trailers. Because a lot of them, they're bringing those great big fifth wheels up, they're parking them there and using them just exactly like a mobile home. But if they if they don't relicense them, then they're not taxed at all. And that's not fair for the ones that are a manufacturer or a mobile home that's sitting there that are getting taxed. So they have a choice. The ones that have a travel trailer on there, then they have a choice. Keep a current plate on it, or I'm taxing it as real property. It's cheaper for them to keep a current plate. So that is that one.
So we need a motion on that.
Yep.
I make a motion that we refund Marie
Martinez,
Martinez $178
$178.78.
for last year's deal.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to refund,
2021.
yes, for the taxes for 2021 of $178.78. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, next one is Robert and Judith Hendrickson. They were primary residents last year, and I'm not sure exactly what happened last year, but they brought it to my attention this year. We fixed it for this year during BOE, but then they were wondering about a refund from last year. So I said I can ask the commission, but it's up to them from there, but I said I should definitely ask.
So you verified in 21 that
Yep. They were primary, but they didn't get the exemption. She had actually sent their primary declaration in to me later in the year, and I had missed it.
Okay.
So-
I'll make a motion that we approve this refund for $668.49 to Robert and Judith Hendrickson.
Second.
A motion and a second to do the refund for Robert Henderson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, okay.
Thank you. Okay, the next one is Moldenauer's, Mike Moldenauer. They were primary, and they brought it to our attention this year, and I didn't know that when they built theirs, and I didn't know where they had been living previous to that, so we got it corrected for this year, but the 2 years prior to that, they had been primary. They've never been anywhere else once they built that house and moved in there.
Okay.
But it was something that I missed. So that's a 2-year refund for them.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve this refund to Mike and Heather Moldenhauer for $3,581.79.
Second.
Have a motion and a second for refund for Moldenhauer's for the primary residency. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed.
Okay, thank you. That's all the refunds. Next thing I have is a primary residential declaration for
Gregory and Kaylin Stafford, and they had sent that in August, which would have been in time for Board of Equalization, but we put it in the wrong pile. It got put in the wrong pile, and they never did fill out a request for review for Board of Equalization, but I think they were working with Charlene, and I'm not sure that she told them that. So they kind of got lost in the shuffle, but when they did send that in, I think they should have been on the agenda for Board of Equalization and gone through BOE. And they did send me a statement where they had closed on their house in Park City, because they had a Park City address. They closed on it 1/1/22. So they had, that was sold and was done before they ever became, or before, I mean, they didn't have that first part of the year. So she asked if I would, she questioned why it couldn't be changed for this year. And when I got looking at the dates, I think it should have been.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Sorry, that was a lot of yapping for probably something simple. So we just need to correct their tax notice and put them on as primary for this year, if you guys think that they should be. I think they probably should have been taken care of during Board of Equalization.
We should have.
So my recommendation would be to let me change it for 2022 and have LouJean send a corrected tax notice.
So I'll make a motion that we go with our assessor's recommendation and make Gregory Stafford trustee and Catherine Stafford residential.
Primary residence.
Primary residential.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Did you see that, John?
Yep.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. Okay, motion passes unanimously. They'll be granted
I get copies.
primary residence.
Thank you. Yep, I will give those copies to Becky. Do you have anything else for me?
Apparently JCI Billing wants to increase their contract. Do you know about that?
I kinda do. Becky's got that, so if you want me to sit in on that,
I think you ought
do
to,
that.
if you would please, since, have some discussion about that.
Okay.
So they are stating that they would like to raise it $4 a claim, per claim.
What are they right
And-
now, do you remember?
Well, it says here that it raises it to 40, so probably 36 a claim.
Okay.
But they do a great job.
As far as I'm concerned, they're worth every penny, because if you don't bill it right, and there's all them stinking
With all
codes,
those
if you don't bill it right, they won't, the insurance companies will not pay.
Medicare and Medicaid, it just kicks it back for.
Oh, yeah.
If the period's in the wrong place.
It's a mess. So me and Becky are on the consensus that they're well worth $40 a claim. You know, $40 for a billing to do it
Okay,
on
so
our
are we
behalf.
renewing their contract or just approving the cost increase?
Both.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, I'll second the motion to sign this contract with the increase of $4 per claim.
Okay, we have a motion, for JCI Billings renewal, contract renewal, and an increase in claim. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. Okay, we'll sign that contract, and that will renew our contract with them.
Thank you.
All right, I
They're
think that's
definitely
all we
worth their
got.
time. Now, has anybody talked to you about the upcoming class? Does anybody give the go-ahead or your approval to do the class that is?
Tim has an update for us.
Okay, because Joey was saying they should have been on the agenda. They've never come to the presidency about it. Dale's supposed to be communicating through somewhere, but I can't get him to pin it down. And last year it came out of our budget. If it's going to do that this year, we need to be able to budget for it. Does that make sense? I mean, I have no problem having a class. I put in for some grant money last year to get
Well, see,
some
and
grant.
last year they came to us several times and we worked together to get the money and.
But they never
Yeah.
said a word to the presidency, and where it comes out of our budget, I think the presidency should be involved in that. But trying to get, and I don't mean any offense, men to communicate the way they need to, it's not working.
You're absolutely right.
So I apologize, I no offense meant, but the communication is lacking, and so if I help Dale do a budget, I just need to know if the class is planning on going. I got some grant money, I think they gave us $20,000 to put towards a class.
Lacey texted and wondered when commission meeting was so they could bring a roster, and I assume asked for the money. I told her Wednesday, and she said they couldn't make it for Wednesday, but she texted me the roster and said there's only 3 from the county as of now, but they hope to get 5. And they have another 5 from Garden City Fire Department, which Garden City's paying for. Which one of them is not there now after this morning.
Understood. So my question is, or I guess I just would like a little direction. I'm the secretary for the association, but I'm not the president and I'm not the
There's a list of,
vice president. But I was just, if we need to budget for it, then we need to put that in our budget. I know last year it was approved after the budget stuff was already done. And like I said, you know, the help does help us, but, you know, that's a pretty expensive class. I mean, it cost $8,000, I think, just for the class, plus the books. And we gained some EMTs out of it. There was some that haven't passed the test yet. I know one of the, I mean, like I said, they just haven't come through the presidency. And Joey was saying something about they needed to be on the agenda, and I told Joey, I said, you kind of need to come. He couldn't understand why they would need to come through the presidency, and I just said, it's coming out of our budget. We need to budget for that so that the commissioners know where that money is actually coming from.
Well,
Does that make sense?
There also needs to be approval that,
It's approved by the presidency.
right,
And that's just not happening. And like I said, Dale knows about it. I know he's got other things on his plate that are probably taking precedent and priority. They've had, you know, we've had quite a deal with vehicles and things in the last little while. So,
Yeah, because it seems like right now it's functioning as almost a private class
yes.
with the expectation that public money's gonna pay for it. So we do need to have Lacey and Brandon, is his name?
It's
Brandon.
Okay,
Braden.
Braden.
Braden DeRue.
Braden.
Sorry.
He's an awesome guy.
Yeah.
We need to have, they need to
They're
come.
good, but they
to
just
come.
need to go through
Yeah.
the proper channels. And Lacey, I asked her if she wanted to come and run with us before the class ever was even an option, when we were at the school on something else with the school thing, and she said she was too busy. But after talking to Joey this morning, she's ticked off at us because apparently we make them feel like lower than dirt. That's what Joey's words were, and I'm like,
Yeah.
she said to me into my face, and we were just talking, and she said she was too busy. And I told her I'd send her an application to do it, and apparently that upset her that it was a 4 or 5 page application. And I said we had to do that. Said it seems like every time we do something it is for one person, but I said we had to put that in place so that we have a process that's the same for everybody that wants to join. We're not hard butts. I mean, there was only one person that has never been, that wasn't accepted to the association, and they had been a member before, but the problem was they caused so much problem, and half of our EMTs were going to quit if they came back. And so we put this process in place so that everybody goes through the same process, which I don't think is a big deal, and we're not mean. In fact, we like to have the help. It's, you know, there's only a handful of us that were doing it, and it was getting tough. And those guys run, Sim can tell you, they run all the time in the summer. You know, so I don't know the answer. I just know seems like we should be coming to you as one association and not them coming and then us coming, and we need to
Yeah.
budget for it so it's in place and it's ready to go.
Yeah, and Dell probably should have communicated better with you, because he was in one of our main meetings with Lacey and Braden.
Braden.
Why can't,
It's Braden.
Drew.
Braden. He was in, I think.
And I think they're good teachers and things. Like I said, I think they didn't hold the classes. They were supposed to be like 4-hour classes, and I think some of them were a couple hours. And
Yeah.
so I think there was a little bit of, they got a little cheated out of all of their class time that they should have had.
Yeah.
Nobody ever, you know, gets mad about leaving class early, but sometimes you need the time to make sure that they're well trained for the
So,
class.
Last year, I can't remember yesterday, so the EMT Association paid for part, and the commission put some together, or did you guys?
Well, we had 8,000 come out of our budget, according
So-
to the budget Becky brought to
So
me.
the ones that Randolph Fire Department paid.
They paid for theirs because
and
they
there
were
was-
for the mine.
Was there 4?
let's see, Matt, is there Matt and Dusty, Christopher and Colin?
Colin.
And Jason Lim? There might have been 5.
There was 5.
Or 4 or 5.
And then we had 3, right, that finally ended up,
Because right now we have John Carver that's doing it,
right?
that's new, and we have Cheyenne Inns, and Jeremy,
Jeremy.
and, let's see, John?
That's cool that you have those people.
Yes, and they're running. And Jeremy even went today, because he said, I don't have, my class load is easy this morning, I don't have anything till this afternoon. And he actually, and he's doing very well.
So we totally support it, but I get what you're saying. We need to
Exactly.
figure out
I mean,
where it's
we have
coming
no
from.
problems with it. And like I said, I got some grant money that we can get reimbursed for the 8,000 for this next year, because they gave us 20,000 to be able to put forth to that class and future classes. Because I think I told them we'd like to do so much for each year for like 3 years to see. So I know, so they gave me 20,000, but it's on a reimbursement deal.
The 8,000 is above and beyond what the fire department's paid.
Yes.
This, because that's what come out of our EMT budget.
So paid 8,000 for 3.
So there's more that, it costs more than 8,000 to put it on.
I don't know what it costs because
the
they
Garden
haven't
City
ever
paid.
said
I'm
anything.
sure they paid for theirs. Randolph paid for their firefighters.
But then I know there was some other instructors come. I know Joey and Lacey were supposed to be getting paid $25 an hour to do it, is what I had understood. I don't know how true that is, but that's what I had understood. But I know Lindsay was helping with doing some instruction, and so was Joey, and Joey said he didn't get paid that much. So if they're going to be doing some instruction or what they're going to do, it kind of needs to be fair and equitable depending on who's doing it. You know, if they're going to have other people come in, if they're going to be doing the whole class, then it needs to be, they need to get paid the money. So I'm not sure, it just isn't, we just not all on the same page. Does that make sense? And I don't want to mean mouth, I don't want to bad mouth, I'm not doing that. I just need to know so I can put it in our budget.
We had a couple of meetings with them when they wanted to put the class on. I mean, one of them was in Woodruff. And we worked through all this whole thing, about, you know, who was gonna pay for what and how we were gonna do that, and they needed to have a minimum of, I don't know, I think they said 6 or something. But they didn't want any more than 7 because it was the ratio, they were worried about a ratio of instructor per.
Per kid,
Yeah.
or per student,
Yeah.
not kid,
The
but.
state has a rule on that.
Yeah.
But see, Jason Chandler also took the class and he didn't pass the test. We told, and I know Braden was told that he is a great EMT. We've had him, he's a great EMT. He has test anxiety and he has trouble passing those tests. And Braden said he'd get him through the class, or get him through the test, and he hasn't. You know, I think everybody else has passed it, but it's taken
So-
some of them a couple of times.
When did Jason take the class?
This last
Same time.
This last
Same time as Cheyenne
Yeah,
and Jeremy and all of them.
he was a good EMT too.
Yeah, he was a good EMT.
So how many did we actually have take the class? If we had 3, and Randolph had 5, and then we had 10 altogether?
Let's see, there was quite a few that took it, because I know there was Jason Chandler, Matt Davis took it, and he passed the test, but he's not running at all. And they were told they had to run, which we don't, if they
So-
don't want to run,
so
they
was-
shouldn't be made to run, or they're not.
Was Jason part of the mine deal?
Yes, he would have been if he did it, but
So
he
who
may
paid
not
for
have
his class?
done that. I don't-
Randolph, he's a firefighter.
Oh, Jason Chandler,
Jason.
no, I don't think he took it for the mine thing. I don't know, and he's not part of Randolph Fire, he's Woodruff.
Right, that's what I'm wondering
Yeah.
who paid for his.
I don't know, and I don't know, I assume if
No, I
Woodruff
think
Fire
we did,
didn't,
right?
then,
Because I thought our 8,000 was supposed to cover the 5 or 6 people, but it sounds like we.
I don't know.
like I said, I'm just not sure who paid what.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking, because if you need me to budget for it in our budget, that because Dale will usually come and say, you know,
Well, I think we need to get budgeting that, because
Yeah,
There's
I would say
there's a
definitely
few
budget.
it's been advertised, and I know they're planning on having it, but
and there's a couple there that will run on the rigs. I
Put
think, so.
10,000 in for class.
okay, put 10,000 in and just put it under the class part.
Yeah.
Okay,
We'll
that will
nail
help
down
me a
the
ton.
details of where the money's
Yeah,
going.
put that in for right now.
Okay.
So you got a line item and a figure, and then we'll figure out where we're at.
Dale has not turned in a budget to you guys yet. For ambulance?
Not for ambulance, no.
Okay, all right, that's, cause he's gonna come and I'm gonna be blindsided and I'm gonna ask him and he's gonna say, I don't know. So, thank you for the discussion, I appreciate that. Like I said, hopefully we can get everybody on the same page, but till that happens, I need to help him with the budget and, and I need to know, so.
If you'll give me a copy of those.
I'm gonna do it right now.
Thank you.
State fees for this class is $110 per person, so $550 total per person.
Times by 10, that's 5,500. But if 5 of those people were paid for by Randolph,
Did you want a copy of her declaration?
Well, that's just the state fees. That doesn't include the instructors. See, that's the issue.
does that include the testing? The 550 include the tests? You know? So-
Just,
You don't need that, they put.
these fees need to be paid by week 2 or the state triples the price.
Or do you want a copy of that residential exemption? Or the declaration?
Yeah.
You want a copy
That
of
was last for the last class.
I think that includes the test, doesn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, I think that includes the test. But those are just state fees. Okay, the next on our agenda is we need to approve the Bear River Mental Health Area Plan that was presented to us by Beth Smith in our last commission meeting. But the emails didn't work and we didn't have that in front of us. Have you had a chance to review the plan and are comfortable with approving it?
I figured you'd have the best of luck. You're the Bear River Health person.
Well, I've been through the plan. I went through the plan before she'd actually presented it, and we went through what they were doing. She presented what they were doing for Rich County. There wasn't an awful lot of changes in the plan. For Rich County, it was more about just trying to enhance more funding and those kind of things. So we're not doing anything different than what we're doing, other than we're trying to up the amount of time for counseling in the schools, so.
Well, at your recommendation, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we accept the Bear River Area Health Plan for approval.
Second.
Could I have a motion and a second to approve the Bear River Mental Health Area Plan? All in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? All right. We'll let them know. We have minutes to approve. Have you reviewed the minutes of our last special meeting?
Yeah. I have a question. You got the minutes?
Yeah,
Close.
I just got them on a computer though.
Right there.
What you looking for?
Down there with the amendments in the bend part.
No, so those are our October 5th minutes, and we actually already approved those in our last special commission meeting.
No, we didn't.
Didn't we?
Because we're supposed to approve them this time,
Yeah.
both of them.
October 5th and October 14th.
The Ben stuff?
Yeah, what's the first one he did?
The first ordinance was named Rich County Ordinance Regarding Residential Property Tax.
Right there. First ordinance of consideration was amend.
Approve the agenda.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, now what was it?
The first ordinance for consideration was amend, was to amend.
Oh, so should I put was to amend Rich County ordinance regarding,
I guess so.
you want me to put was to amend? To amend the Rich County ordinance regarding residential primary exemptions?
Yeah. That's probably, I had to read that. Consideration was amend.
Was amend, but I'll put to amend. Maybe that makes it a little clearer.
To amend that.
That ordinance, that's
Yeah,
why I've got that
alright.
line across there. But no problem.
You passed the test again. Now that I make fun of you every month, I have to read through them several times.
I'd make a motion that we approve October 14th
And
minutes
Okay, we have a motion to,
And October 5th?
and October 5th meeting, commission minutes.
Okay, second?
okay, have a motion and a second to approve October 14th and October 5th. Commission meeting minutes, all in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, okay, minutes will stand as approved. The expenditures, have you had a chance to review them?
We all looked
Okay.
at them and
We
signed.
just need a motion to approve the expenditures this month.
So moved.
Second?
A motion and a second to approve the expenditures for October. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Any other older business that we need to have? Just let's review. So on January 4th, we will have a public hearing on noxious weeds, our ordinance there. We will also have a public hearing on January 4th for the pollution of any waters, and also a public hearing on the beer licensing and regulation. And we'll have those public hearings and consider the resolutions of amending those ordinances as well. Madam Clerk, do you have anything else?
We might just say too, commission meeting will be the 14th instead of the
Yeah, we made a
7th.
motion, but that, we can
Right.
say it again, and I'll
Yeah.
get that,
That'll be our budget
Out.
hearing as well.
yes, and our budget hearing, I'll get notices of both those out now that we've had this meeting.
So, we will be holding budget work meetings. Do we wanna set those dates now, or do we wanna?
Yes, oh, and we'll need to canvass. Let me grab my calendar.
So canvassing, it's gotta be within 7 days, or maybe it has to be at least 7 days.
After the election.
Yeah. I don't know what we got on the 14th.
Or for me,
14th,
Yeah.
before we head down to
day before.
UAC?
Are you headed down on the 14th?
No, we're going down on the 15th, right? Or when does it start? I have no clue.
Starts on the 15th, I
Okay.
think. I think there's,
No, we probably want to go down to the 15th then.
So,
It starts on the 15th? I thought it started on the 16th.
the 15th, there's the board meetings that night, and then everything else is on the 16th, 17th, and 18th, I think.
and
Unless
there's
you
not
want
much on the 18th, I think we're done, the banquet and everything's
the
the
17th,
17th.
yeah.
Good deal.
I don't know, I can't remember. They
So
moved
we
it up
only
a week.
have so many days to canvass the votes, and that always runs into UAC.
Dang UAC.
We only what now?
We only have so many, we've just got a time frame, so
Right,
we
so-
can't do it a week before.
Can't we do it then?
Yeah. Well, no, 'cause that's not a week, it doesn't give us a week. I don't think we can do it before the 15th, in order for everybody to get their ballots all in and everything. I'll check on that, but I don't think,
What if we did it in the morning and then you headed out?
Of the 15th? Yeah, let's see what I got. We could probably do that.
We probably won't leave until after school on the 15th anyway, so that works.
The board meeting's at 5 o'clock, so we'd need to have it probably like at 9 in the morning, if we could do that.
9 on the 15th.
So Becky, I have that URLA
On the 15th, it's gonna be in the afternoon from 1 to 4.
And that's when you'll be down there?
That's when I'll be down there
Okay,
for that.
that's fine. I'll just do this and explain to you what happens.
This is where we get a look at what, who voted for what, so we can plot.
And if we have any ballots
That's not
that
true.
their signatures, we didn't get someone to say that they match, then the commissioners decide whether to count votes, provisional
Oh,
ballots.
gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll do that 9 o'clock on that day, then that's. Okay, I think that's.
So, it, actually,
Unless you wanna do it the Monday when you get back.
well, me and Sam probably shouldn't sit in on that, right?
Well, you're unopposed.
I get it. But,
I don't think we've ever not had someone sit in on it unless it was close enough that, was a problem, then for sure I wouldn't have you sit in, if there could be a recount. I need you to sign this to get on the website.
So is the next week too late, too long? After UAC?
no,
No,
Maybe we should do that then.
would you rather do it on the 21st?
Then it won't be such a rush deal. I don't care, it's up to you guys.
I'm the most
Well-
flexible.
well, what about if we met on the 21st and.
Oh, and then started budgets?
And maybe had a couple hours and looked over budgets by then and
So do it in the afternoon,
kinda see where we're headed.
later in the afternoon.
Yeah, let's,
What day?
on the 21st. What do you got? Anything?
Nothing. I'm gonna have a brand new need the next day,
Well
but
then,
I'll be fine then.
we better do it that day then. Yeah, you're gonna be
Are you getting a new knee?
Mm-hmm. 22nd.
Amazon. Just
Amazon Prime.
I had a meeting online and they about talked me out of it, follow what, I thought it was, well, I didn't think it was, they say nowadays it's a little easier
Oh,
deal,
yeah, I think it is.
but I wasn't sure after listening to them the other day, yesterday. Anyway,
Okay, so is that gonna be bad for you? Do you have to go
No.
over for pre-op or any of that stuff?
no,
Where are you gonna have it done?
in the LDS,
Oh,
Just don't drink any liquids after midnight.
after 11.
Or 11.
okay, so should we do that and then work on budgets?
I think we at least ought to have a preliminary look and that, hopefully everybody's budgets will be
And that
here.
way, Annalisa will be here to see the
And
canvas.
start a spreadsheet and start putting some things in and that would be good if she needs to be here for that. I mean, we can wait a week, there's no use.
It's all right
And
with
that
me.
might be a good idea. I mean,
Okay, so do you want 2 o'clock?
let's meet at 1 and canvas and then, the time change, it's gonna be time change by then already too, so it's gonna be dark. So if we worked from 2 to 4, whatever, I mean, I'm just up to you guys, I mean, I don't,
5 or 6 or 7?
that
Yep.
gives us the morning to,
Get your work,
you know,
whatever.
if John's got issues he's gotta work on, or
Yeah, I can do whatever. That works great.
Okay,
you all right?
Yep.
You got things that you gotta get
If
done?
I have to be report in at 6 or 7, I may go down the night before, but if we're done by 5 or 6, that's still fine.
That's what I'm saying, that's, yeah.
Yeah, it's no big deal.
okay. 21st. I think there might be a new law that when we audit, like before it's just been the election workers, that one of the canvassers need to be to it. if there is, I'll let you know and see if any of you are available when we audit. We'll try and schedule it at a good time, you know, but
When you gonna audit?
I don't know, that's what I'm saying. We'll just have to see what works with Ashley's schedule,
So that,
when we get
that
the.
audit has to take before the take
Yes,
place before the
correct.
canvass. And is there a certain period of time after the election the audit has to be done?
No, it all changed, and they sent out 3 pages of new information on how we audit now.
Imagine that. Okay, all right, I'll entertain one more motion.
I move we adjourn.
Second that.
Non-debatable motion, all in